I was
I'm just
thinking,
gonna start recording, and like I'm sure we'll naturally get into shit, right?
oh yeah,
So,
just like regular.
right? So yeah, like, what did you have any specific topic you wanted to cover? Or do you want to talk about that Star Wars video or anything else in particular?
There's a lot of shit to talk about, man.
Right? Right. I guess we should
I
say
don't know. I don't
welcome,
know
right?
what.
Like, welcome to our mini fan,
Yeah,
like
we
right
gotta
here.
welcome. We gotta welcome the listeners first.
Maybe we got one person watching this, maybe two at the moment for week one. I don't know. That I'd consider that a win.
Yeah, it would be.
So, but yeah, welcome to this new weekly series with
Yeah,
Chrome, my buddy Chrome, and I'm Wubs, and this is us, like, just the
talking
world
shit,
is a really crazy, messed up place right now, and like this is just our way of, you know,
getting it out.
getting it
Gotta get
out.
it out.
Yeah, dealing with whatever's going on in our sphere and just talking about it because we know that you're angry. That's why you're here. That's why we're here. So
Yeah.
let's just get into something. Let's talk about whatever's grinding your gears. What's grinding your gears right now, Chrome?
Okay, there's. I won't say it's grinding my gears, but it's something me and my sister talked about a while back. She we was talking about sexual assault victims,
Okay.
like in particular, like those who've been like sexually assaulted as kids and shit like that. And my sister was telling me she was like she doesn't believe that you should be traumatized for like I mean like hold on. She said she don't believe that it should traumatize you as all through your adulthood and shit like that.
Hmm.
Because she was saying like it's bullshit. It's like it's like they said the reason why they be talking the way they talk, like, oh, I'm still affected now because they want to belong to a
Hmm.
group or you know what I'm saying? Be a
Yeah.
victim for the rest of their life. But I heard stories like oh, I know this guy, he was sexually assaulted and he's in his 60s and he's still traumatized from. I was thinking like, why in the fuck are you still traumatized from what happened to you as a kid, which you had no control over, by the way, in your
Right.
fucking 60s? I don't understand that.
Hmm. Um.
That kind of drew a blank. I said, how?
I guess it's PTSD, right? That, like, which I don't really understand myself because I don't have, I never went to war or had that sort of experience like you're talking about, sexual assault, but I don't really fully understand how that works myself. But
Yeah,
so it's hard for me to even say, like, I don't know, right? I'm sure different things affect people in different ways, and maybe one person is really good at getting over something like that, or they have like ways of dealing with it that are effective, and then the next person doesn't have a clue, right, what to do, or like they're just way more affected by it. Or maybe it's like you said, maybe some of it is just it gets into a pattern of needing validation, or they get used to the validation they get as a victim, and that then enables them to not progress through therapy or whatever else they need to do to deal with that experience, to process it in a more healthy way, right? And they get addicted to the attention that they get out of victimhood, right? I think a lot of that's going on right now from different things.
yeah, I get it could be a trying experience. I'm not saying that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like you're a kid. You know, you're not thinking about that shit. You know what I'm saying? They brought that onto you.
Sure.
But I'm thinking, like, I just don't understand like how you can be traumatized for years after the fact. It's like me, I was sexually assaulted when I was a child by a male and a female in my family.
Wow.
And to be quite honest, it didn't traumatize me at all. It was just something that
Hmm.
I went through.
Hmm.
And I wouldn't say I got over it because it was never bothering me in the first place. It was just something that happened.
Hmm.
You know.
Sure. No, and I think that's
And,
really cool, right? We don't usually hear that. Like, right, if you're talking about victims of sexual assault, typically we hear about from all the people who are super traumatized or whatever, having difficulties dealing with it, and they talk about all the ways that it's affected them and all the negative things that have happened in their lives that they tie to that event or they associate with that event. And it's really cool that to hear from somebody like yourself. I mean, this is the first time I've ever heard somebody who was a victim of sexual assault say that it didn't really affect them. So from my perspective, that's
Mm.
fascinating. Thank you for sharing that.
I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one.
Right.
It's like,
Well, yeah, I
yeah,
would I would think you wouldn't
like,
be.
I know because it's like that's why I didn't understand how it can affect. I'm just coming from my experience. It's like I was like fucking like I think when it first happened, I was probably like maybe 9.
Hmm.
It had to happen before I was 13. It had to, but yeah, it's like I said, it never like traumatized or anything like that. I
Right.
mean, like I just went along with the flow. I don't. I mean, it was rape. Of course, it's classified as rape. I'm a minor,
Sure.
and I was an adult. But
Right.
it didn't feel like it. You know what I'm saying? It was just like something I went through. That was it.
Absolutely.
So, and then number two, if you are like traumatized about it, or you having PTSD by it, like for years, the person who did that to you has power over you.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like they're gonna continue to have that power. It's sad that like you in your fucking 60s and you still like traumatized from what happened to you when you were like 10 years old. That's pretty fucked up.
Well, it's sad too, right? Because the person who's
It
in their
is sad.
60s that feels that way, whoever did that, whoever assaulted them, they're probably dead, right? They're probably not even
Yeah,
alive
yeah,
anymore, and yet they're
yeah,
still living in their head rent free, right? It's
yeah,
that whole
yeah.
thing. So yeah, it's terrible. But that things can affect people like that. You know, it's
I don't know. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm guessing it's how it happened. It's not necessarily like what happened. It's
hmm
like how it happened. I think that plays a factor in it too, or how many
sure,
times it happened.
right.
I think, but I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see they side, like why somebody would be like years later still be affected. And these people have went to therapy, so I'm thinking like this shit don't. I don't believe this shit works. I mean, you have to get over it. I mean,
hmm
therapy can only take you so far. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Well, yeah, I
It's
mean,
like you got to take the final step yourself.
it's definitely going to depend on the type of therapy too, right? Because it's very different to do something like cognitive behavioral therapy versus Freudian analysis. Like they're
Hmm.
totally different things. Like there's a lot of different methodologies of therapy, and I agree. Like I think some of them are questionable at best as far as how effective they are. But some of them can be quite useful for people depending on what they're dealing with, I think. But it's such an individual thing, I think. It just, and you're
Yeah,
right.
it
Like
is.
at the end of the day, yes, the individual person's got to make the choices and do the things, whatever they need to do to deal with their stuff, right? And that's not just talking about something where you have like PTSD from an event like that, but it could be anything, right? It doesn't have to be PTSD. It could just be like, oh, you're really screwed up because of, your worldview is messed up because you're just like really stressed out about something and you need some sort of positive outlet, and instead of doing something negative like, taking drugs or using alcohol excessively to deal with your problems, right? Like you might be in therapy for something like that, and it
Yeah,
could
they
be
do
something as
all
simple
that.
as just
Yeah, they do.
finding
Yeah,
a new way to deal with your stress, right? So therapy doesn't necessarily have to be this crazy, cerebral, esoteric thing. It could just be you need somebody to talk to help you brainstorm new ideas about how to deal with your problems. You know.
yeah, yeah,
Um, so just a thought, because I agree with you. I think that to a large extent in our society, we like to say like, oh, everybody needs therapy, or therapy is the answer to any kind of mental problem you have. And I think that it's sort of irresponsible to make a blanket statement like that because we're all individuals and we all need different things. Therapy may help certain people, but it may really not help other people, right? Depending
Mm-hmm.
on who they are and what their problems are that they're dealing with. I've thought forever that, particularly for a lot of guys, they try to tell us like, oh yeah, you need therapy, right? Like the women are always saying like, oh, you need therapy like us or whatever. And to a large
Mm-hmm.
extent, I think for some of us, sure, probably. But for a lot of men, I think the best therapy is eat a healthy diet, go to the gym, and get a good night's sleep. And
Yeah.
you're gonna feel way better than if you're not doing those things. Like that's like the
Yeah.
starting point, right? Do that stuff
Yeah.
for a while. Just get some, just take pride in your day-to-day life and how you're living, and that's to reconnect with your physicality and your strength. And then if you're still having a lot of issues, struggling mentally or whatever, get some help with that. But do the things, the obvious stuff that we know, right? Like if your sleep's messed up, we know that affects your mental health. Like there's a million studies you could look at. The effect of lack of sleep, the effect of
Yeah.
poor diet, poor physical condition, right? That all it's all related.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, sorry if that's kind of off the rail, or like kind of off topic from where we started, but I think it's somewhat related.
It can happen.
Yeah,
It can happen. It's gonna continue to happen too. I'll be going. Sometimes when I do a video and I go on a tangent too.
right. Yeah.
It's like when I did that Star Wars video, I said I'm going on a tangent, but so what? That's
Oh, it
what
was
I
all
do. I
related.
even
It was all related.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was still related, but it was like a semi tangent, I should say.
Yeah, but this is so interesting though, because you said that your sister felt this way about the victims of sexual assault, right? So it sounds like you would
Yeah,
agree with her.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I was like, yeah, I do. I felt that way before she even said it.
Hmm.
Like they shouldn't hold on to it.
Right.
It's like really, they should have been got over it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think
Like,
in
like
general that's something we should do, right? We should try to let
yeah,
things go more in life as much as we can, because it so often, like if you just carry around that stuff, it just weighs you down.
yeah, it does.
I used to be much
I'm, a,
worse at that.
yeah, man. I survived a big a huge fire in my last apartment building.
Oh, really?
One time. Yeah, I actually have a video about it when I recorded at least at least I used the memory to my phone to allow me to record. So I kept recording until I ran out of memory. It was about 15 minutes long though, but you could see like the fire just coming, like the smoke just coming out the apartment the fire started.
Wow.
And I lived and from the fire department that caught on fire, I lived upstairs and across from that apartment.
Hmm.
It was a good thing my apartment wasn't above it because I would have to
Yeah,
move out.
right? Wow.
But I was beside that apartment that they had to bust up the roof of the smoke and get out and all that shit.
Hmm.
It was surreal when cause it happened when I was sleeping and I woke up. I was like, "What's the smell? It smells like smoke." You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
It was just weird, man. I didn't think I was going to get out that building though. At
Really?
first, I was going to die for a second. I was like, "Oh shit, let's fucking get out of here." And then because I tried to go down the stairs where I usually go out if I'm not taking the elevator because my last building had an elevator in it, but I knew not to take the elevator. I was going to try to take that shit. So, but I couldn't see nothing but pitch black down there.
Wow.
I was like, I can't go down. I ain't gonna make it if I try to go down there. And then I saw all of a sudden I remembered another stairwell that I never took before.
Hmm.
Just living, I lived there for about like 3 years at this point, but I never
Sure.
took that way because I never need to. So I rushed down the hallway and I went down those stairs. It was still smoky. I heard people screaming,
Yeah.
but it wasn't as bad as the other one.
Hmm.
And the screams were just like, oh my god. I mean,
Yeah.
it took me months to get over the screams
Mhm.
women's people saying help me, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But the good news is that nobody passed.
Well, that's
So
good.
uh, yeah, a few people went to the hospital, of course,
Mhm.
and yeah, that was a I had PTSD about that for about a year.
Mhm.
It's like every time I smell smoke, I panic. Every time it it was crazy. It was crazy for like a whole year, but
Right.
it eventually went away.
Sure.
On its own. I also made a follow of it after I moved. I made a follow up vlog about it. On top of the live stream I did later that day, I went live and I talked about what was fresh on my mind and everything like that.
Mhm. Do you
Yeah,
find
that
that
was.
that helps you deal with stuff like putting stuff out there on YouTube or
Oh hell yeah,
yeah.
hell yeah,
Okay.
hell
That's
yes, it helps me. It helps me to get it out, man.
mhm.
I mean, I just like to, to share facets of myself to the world, man. That's what I love about doing YouTube. I just love to share it,
Right.
like my opinions and what I think about this and that.
Sure.
It's great, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. I like it a lot too. I mean, that's why I was excited to do this show with you because I feel like, we can just talk about anything that comes up and you know, it's just going to be interesting to see week to week where we go with this.
Oh, I hope it's successful, man. Because
Yeah,
you have to share like after it's done, you have to share it. Like I don't know. I think I gotta upload it first on my channel. Then I'm gonna share it
sure.
on Discord.
Mhm.
That's what I can do. Yeah, so because they can't watch it if it's not uploaded yet.
Right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Since we're not doing the live stream, but um it I mean, yeah, I mean, look at this. We've already talked about sexual assault, PTSD. like,
Yeah,
uh,
the first topic is kind of like personal. It's like
yeah,
I
near
mean,
death
I got really
experience.
personal.
I got one
Yeah.
for you. I got one for you. I had I wouldn't call it necessarily a near death experience, but at the time it felt like that. When I was
Okay.
19, I wrecked my car. And
Okay.
I was trying to do an illegal U-turn on the highway because I missed my exit.
Oh.
And
Okay.
yeah, I was trying to do this illegal, turn, and so I was going into the emergency turn lane, and my car hit gravel on the turn and started to skid, and I skidded into the guardrail and hit it on the passenger side. The uh, airbag deployed and everything, cut up my arm, and I was, really kind of dazed after that, but kind of really more just shock than anything else. I didn't hit it that hard, but I didn't lose consciousness or anything. But it was like an experience. And now it's like I know, like, man, I could have just put that car in reverse and kept driving. Like cut the airbag off and just kept going. But at the time, I was like so freaked out. I called 911 or whatever and had them come out there and yeah, I had to I got my car towed and all of that. But after that, it was like I was, really scared to drive, like right after that, right? And that had really rocked my confidence in my driving. Which before that, I felt like I had quite a bit of, you know, confidence for driving. But it was my dad who got me driving like right away, like within a few days. He had me like driving again because he said like if you don't just jump right back on that horse, it's gonna be way harder later, right?
Mm,
And so like
mm.
he got in the car with me and I was driving and he just, progressively, you know, did that with me for a while and pretty quickly I got back to where I felt like I was fine,
Oh,
but
that's cool, man.
yeah, I feel very blessed that I had him there to do
I'm
that.
glad you survived like that, though, man.
Right? Yeah, yeah, well, just being that was just a dumb kid thing, right? Like I just needed to go down to the next exit.
Some people have lost their lives over doing dumb shit, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not necessarily like risk taking stuff, like the
Right.
simple stuff like you were doing. It could have ended
Yep.
up worse with life.
Oh
Like for
yeah.
example,
If I'd have been going
there's a story.
faster, like if I hadn't
Yeah,
been able to slow down as much as I had, yeah, that certainly could have killed
you
me.
know, yeah. There's this lady who was you remember that Pharrell song "Happy"?
Yeah, yeah.
She was listening to that one day, and she decided to text and say, "I'm so happy send a selfie basically,
Hmm.
saying and she put, "I'm so happy." And moments after that, she sent that she experienced a horrible fatal accident.
Oh wow. What happened?
Then she ran into like I forgot. I don't know what she. I forgot. I think she ran into a truck or something like that, but
Oh
it killed
wow.
her
This was
because she
while she
took her
was
eyes off the
driving.
road.
So she was
Yeah,
texted that while she was driving, and then
yeah. She sent herself of her smile and said, "I'm so happy." And
yeah.
I'm listening to. She was listening to the Pharrell song at that
Mm.
time.
Hmm.
Just some innocent shit. She just was careless at that point. She probably didn't know what's going to happen, of course,
Right.
and ended up taking her life.
God, that's horrible. I mean, I was fortunate that I wasn't screwing with the radio or my phone or something like that, right? I just made a very bad decision as far as like a quick attempted illegal U-turn. But yeah, like nowadays it's like I worry way more about people being on their phones on the road than
I
anything
know.
else.
People have killed other people just because they were texting.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
end up running somebody over and killing them.
it's crazy.
Crazy. Fuck.
Yeah. So I never
I
assume
mean,
either, like when I'm in the city, that like anyone driving around, if I got to cross the road, I assume everybody's just looking at their phones. I just assume they're not going to see me at all when I cross
I
the road.
know. And they hard headed too, man. They know what the precautions is, man.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's not that fucking serious. I mean, don't text and drive. It's that simple. Come
yeah.
on.
It's not that hard, you know. Well, I mean, a few years ago we didn't even have phones to text with.
I
Somehow
know.
we were able to drive then. Of course, the kids now, I guess, don't know that that's the way the world was not so long ago. Hmm.
Yes, they're like on Starbucks, and it'd be like five girls. They at one table, and they're like a round table, all of them on their phones and shit.
Well,
I'm like, why don't y'all talk to each other?
right.
All of them on the all of them they sitting on a round fucking table, and they're on their cell phones just type.
Talking to other people, probably not even talking to each other. And
Hey,
but I mean, to be fair, if you know, if you were the average American female right now, would you want to talk to other average American females?
my sister don't. She's more comfortable talking to boys.
Well,
She said because females pick up a
that's
lot
the
of shit.
thing.
That's what she said.
That's what I mean, right? Like that's the thing. It's like they hate each other so often,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
and that's why they're all on their phones, like you said, probably
right. Not
talking to
talking to
boys.
each other.
Like, yeah, right? They're probably talking shit about each other, actually, to other people
Yeah,
they know. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's not a positive thing. you know? I don't know.
Oh shit, man. Hey, I was watching a podcast earlier, like I told you, and it was like I love watching these dudes, man. They was talking about the wokeness in gaming and all that and
Hmm.
shit, and
Yeah.
ESPDI shit. I'm like, I'm in the chat, like, man, preach it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's very weird though in the community, right? Because it feels like a lot of us are like, yeah, the woke thing is totally out of control in gaming, but I feel like a lot of people don't even like realize it's going on, or they don't care that it's going on, and it's like, how can you not see this everywhere? Like, especially in the last 5 years, like this is a huge change
Yeah,
in.
it's like worse now. They're more bold about it now.
Yeah,
They put it a lot more.
I guess that's the thing, and like we noticed it because we noticed the initial changes, and now it's just like it's just everywhere, like in gaming, or like in. It seems like most games are affected in some way by it, right? Or at least the games we want to play. Uh, it would seem.
Hmm.
So what was he saying about it in the podcast?
This was like it was like almost a 5 hour podcast. They said a lot of things about it.
Wow.
I don't know where to begin. Uh, it was. They talk about different. It was like jumping to different types of what favorite games they like to play. Then they go back to about the woke shit.
Hmm.
Then they talk a little about the Star Wars acolyte shit.
Right. Well, you and
It's
me
like
were
the
talking
show.
about that the other day, because I
Yeah,
because
it's
I
like
actually watched it some.
I mean that is one race baiting bitch, man.
Mm.
The actress I never fucking heard of her before acolyte, so I'm not surprised I don't remember her first name. But you know
What
what I'm talking about.
what
The
else was
star of the
she?
show.
Yeah, yeah, the star. She looked familiar. What else was she in?
She was in. I think she was in a Hunger Games when she was a little girl. I think so.
Okay. I never saw those, but I probably saw her in a trailer or
Yeah, that's
something.
what I think. Yeah, because she was a child actress too.
Okay.
I think it was. I think it was a Hunger Games. But man, she is. Man, she went on this show. Um, you know who Trevor Noah is, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure.
Yeah, she went on this show and she was like, "Oh, we try we're making white men cry or something like that." She was saying. And he was like, "It was the funniest joke in the world." It's like this bitch is nuts, man.
Right.
If she was a white woman and she said, "Oh, we like making black men cry," she would have got fucking hung, man,
Oh, I know. Yeah.
and they would have burnt her dead body to the stake.
Yep. That's true. That would have.
It's like,
Yeah. That would
I
not
mean,
have gone as well. That's for sure.
no, she would have got ostracized, man. They would have tore her apart. It's
Right.
called a racist. She's probably related to a KKK member and all that shit.
Hmm.
You know, it's like, look, she black, a light skinned black. She's mixed race her damn self. But you know how they are. It's
Right.
like if they're mixed, they gonna always identify as being black. Why? It's because they want to play the victim. That's why they want to identify as black. Because first I couldn't fucking figure out. It's like if you
Hmm.
have white and have black, why would you want to identify with the oppressive side of you?
Hmm.
Why wouldn't you say you're just a white person?
Do you think that
As you both anyway.
right, right. Do you think that it's affected at all by, like, I don't know, the parent that is more dominant in their lives, or like who they connect with more?
I don't think it matters which parent is black.
You don't think it
It's
matters?
like yeah, they're gonna identify as black all the time,
Hmm. Okay. And you
all
think
the
it's
time.
just because of the victim thing, like they
Yeah, they,
associate.
they love the, yeah, they love to play the victim. They just
Hmm.
like it.
Right.
I mean, everything is fucking race and sexual orientation. Like the interview, the bitch who was behind the acolyte.
Hmm.
She made it was all about her sexual orientation. I was like, what about the fucking show?
Right. Yeah.
And
Oh
even the
yeah.
fucking were fucking egged it on. This people are saying this is the gayest Star Wars ever. She's like, oh, it is.
Oh my God.
Goofy ass. And then she
Wow.
go, then she goes on and on and on. Oh, you can't look me in the straight face without saying R2D2. No, you can't say that C3PO isn't gay with a straight face. I was like,
What the
God,
hell?
that's a robot.
Yeah. It's a robot. It's a protocol droid. He's not programmed for any kind of sexual
That's what
orientation.
I'm saying. And then she said R2D2 is a lesbian, which I thought he was considered a he,
Right?
but hey,
What the
R2D2
fuck?
is a robot.
Wait,
Yeah,
what
I'm
does that
like,
even mean? No.
That's what she said.
In every like Star Wars property there is, R2D2 is referred to as he, right?
Oh,
Like
well, that's what I thought. I wasn't
constant,
sure.
like yeah, like that. That's ridiculous. That's just stupid. That doesn't make any sense at all to call him a lesbian.
Yeah, that shows you how out of touch they are with the whole Star Wars universe. That's just an example right there that she don't know shit about what the fuck she's behind. I like the what they hire these writers based off not on merit, it's based off what's between their legs and what's the fact that she's gay and she's a woman. That already qualified her. Fuck the fact that she knew how much she knew about Star Wars. Fuck that. Let's have her write it, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of, at least from what I've watched so far, it's kind of obvious that
Yeah.
there's like the I mean, obviously, you and I, we've talked about it before. Hollywood clearly has agendas that we don't particularly like or agree with. But in this show, it's like, it's just all over it. You know, it's like there's no getting away from it at all. Like, everything about it is just so terrible. It's
It
like they
is
took all the
terrible.
worst things of woke Hollywood and put it into one show. That's what it feels like,
Yep. About 40 minutes in, we already getting started.
right? Yeah.
In fact, we barely got started. I barely got started yet. I
Barely.
know
I
that.
feel like we're barely warmed up, dude. Like
Yeah, that's what
honestly,
I'm
like
saying.
I mean, compared to like conversations we've had before, like this is nothing. This is very
Yeah,
calm, cool, collected. You know, we need to be like 4 hours in at 2 a.m. Like that's when the really good shit's
yeah.
gonna come out. You know, like, we need to both like smoke a joint and just like just see where it goes. You know.
Shit.
I mean,
Yeah, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that pisses me off in media, man. It's like there's
right.
some shit that make me go, "What the hell?" Boggles my mind and shit.
Yeah, the thing with the acolyte that killed me, I think I told you the other day, because I watched the first, episode and a half or whatever,
Mhm,
and it was like,
mhm.
when I was about like 10 minutes into the first episode, it was like I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but I kept watching it and I was like, this whole thing feels wrong. Like there's just what is it? It's like why do I feel so like this just does not feel like Star Wars at all. Like the if it wasn't for the special effects, I wouldn't even know I was watching a Star Wars show. Like that's what how strange this thing was. And then I realized it like 10 or 15 minutes in. I was like, "Oh, there's like no white people in this at all."
Nope.
There's like I mean
That's what I was about to say.
Carrie
I
Ann
was about
Moss
to say
got
that.
killed in the first like few minutes, so I mean you could count her, but she's dead now, so I don't know if that counts.
He's right.
Um, they killed a white woman in the first like 5 minutes, so
Uh-huh.
and then there were like no white men in it for quite a while, or at least no one of note. And
No, that one that was floating that she made drink the poison. He was a
yeah,
white
yeah,
man.
yeah. There's and that's the one I was gonna mention. I was like, yeah, the one I
Yep.
remember was like the Jedi Master who just, and then I was like, that pissed me off a lot right there, right? Because he's like, he's
Oh,
floating, he has this magical force, field
yeah.
around him that she can't penetrate. This crazy assassin who can kill Carrie Ann Moss, and she kills Trinity in the first 2 minutes, but then
Writing is so
this
shitty.
guy, she can't touch this guy at all. His force field is so insane that he's got around him while he's meditating. And um but so what does she do? She gets the poison and she invites him to kill himself, apparently because of some bad thing he did in the past, whatever, blah blah blah. And this idiot actually drinks it.
Yeah,
Like
like motherfucker.
he
She have
lets
to.
the force
It'd be
field
livable with my
down
dead body.
and he actually does it. What'd you say?
It'd be over my dead body. I drink that shit literally. It's like, bitch. I'd be like, you gonna have to fight me for it and make me drink it.
Right?
I ain't gonna drink because you telling me to do it. You know what I'm saying?
And the guy they got to play him was just like he looked fine when he wasn't talking, because you could pretend that he was cool, or like was a Jedi master or whatever.
Yeah,
But once he started talking and just gave in and just killed himself, it was like, this is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Like, what the hell?
yeah.
Like, and he even said to her, it's like, well, forgive us, we thought we were doing good or something or whatever. And I
They're
just
trying to
wanted
make
to
the
be like,
Jedi believe.
like, all Jedi, as far as Star Wars goes, as far as I know, they've always tried to do good things, but wow, they mess up a lot. Like, oh my, let's talk about Qui-Gon Jinn training Anakin Skywalker. That was a mistake.
He wanted to, but he
Right?
died before it could happen.
Right? Yeah. Well, like, yeah, but he found him and asked Obi-Wan to do it and all that, right? So it was like that. But that was a
Yeah,
big.
because he
That
was
was a big
dying.
mistake.
Yeah.
Like that. I mean, Obi-Wan kept going. He didn't kill himself because, oh,
No, the council was
destroying the
like,
galaxy, right?
no. To be fair, the council didn't want to train him because he was too old.
Right.
He
Yeah. The,
already had that. Yoda and them said, the kid is too old. What the fuck you want us to do? No, we ain't training him.
right.
And Qui Gon went against him pretty much.
Yeah. And then Obi-Wan continued it, right? And Yoda
Yeah.
didn't want to do it. So,
Yeah,
the moral
Yoda
of the
said it's Obi
story,
Wan. No, he's too old.
the moral of that story is listen to Yoda, right? And when you
Yeah,
don't
they should have listened to Yoda. They knew what they were talking about.
when you
And he was
don't listen to
asking about
Yoda,
his
bad things
mom.
happen.
That's what, yeah. It's like they knew what they were doing. I mean, Luke. Oh, but they trained Luke. Luke was like 20. Luke was like 20 years old. Yeah, but Luke was like the only Jedi left
Right. Yeah,
at that time.
desperate
And he was,
times, right? Desperate
yeah, he
times,
was older. Something older than he was older than 8 years old. But that's all they had to go with
right?
to stop the Sith and all that shit.
So
That
my point in this is like, why did this guy kill himself? I'm sure they'll come up with something of like, oh well,
fucking dumb.
the Jedi did something horrible, or they didn't protect somebody or children or something. It's always about children getting
They
murdered in
gonna
Star
vilify
Wars.
the
I don't know
Jedi.
why, but
They
that's
gonna
always the
vilify the
thing, right?
Jedi.
It's always about
Yeah,
child murder in Star Wars. um,
yes. They're gonna
but
vilify the Jedi and angelize the Sith and shit.
right.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what's gonna happen.
I think you're right, and I just think it's so ridiculous and just like a dumb premise in general to do that.
You know what I saw. I would have gave Acolyte a little bit of credit if I saw this. As if her eyes didn't fucking glow, man. What the fuck?
Mm, hmm
Why didn't this glow?
I don't know. I That was another thing I watched, and I was just like, this is weird.
What?
I don't know what's going
Did you
on.
know?
And they're not like, this is the other thing too. Like, the show just feels so pretentious watching it. It literally feels like
It's
whoever
bad
wrote
writing,
it,
man. Writing's
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
terrible.
it just feels like whoever wrote it wanted to be like, I'm gonna take everything everybody loves about Star Wars and just shit
Yeah,
all over it. Like
yeah.
that's what it kind of feels like. And with this guy too, like this amazing Jedi master who can, like just meditate and protect himself with Force, and something I've never seen anybody else do. Maybe they did it in the comics or the books, but I haven't seen it in film really. And they kill him in the first 5 minutes that he's a
Yeah.
character. It's like, oh, that actually looked. You finally had what looked to be a somewhat interesting character, and you killed him immediately. Like, what the hell?
She didn't even write him to fight her at least.
Right? Do something.
The white woman got to fight her at least though.
Well, yeah,
How
right.
come, how come the white
Oh, and
man
I'm
didn't get
sure
to
that
fight her?
wasn't an agenda.
Right, I'm pretty sure that wasn't. And then to top it off, let me tell you how bad this fucking writing is. Now, if you go back to the prequels, Qui Gon Jinn died with a lightsaber through his stomach or whatever. I think it's through his stomach.
Yeah.
Okay, you fast forward to Kenobi. No, not Kenobi. No, in fact, to Ahsoka,
Hmm.
the Ahsoka series. The bitch survived the lightsaber to her abdomen. The dude in Kenobi survived it.
Hmm.
The one that was the lifesaver through his abdomen. Qui Gon didn't for some reason. Um, and this bitch, this Jedi, this master Jedi at that, right? She died from a dagger.
Hmm. Right.
A dagger, man.
Yeah. right? Well, that was also the weird thing to me. It was kind of like it was hard to buy that Jedi Master wouldn't be able to stop the dagger that was thrown at the bartender and also remain aware and stop the one coming at her too. Like I don't know.
Yeah, she should have done that. Yeah.
Maybe it was supposed to. I think they said maybe she hadn't trained for a while or something. They mentioned that in a later scene, so maybe that was why. Like she was just out of practice or something. But
But
I don't
she was
know.
still considered Jedi Master, all right?
Well, yeah. I mean, as far as we know, like that's. I mean, so yeah. I mean, to me, that's still a bit of a stretch, right? That someone with knives could kill a Jedi, like that isn't apparently Mandalorian. Like, and even a Mandalorian is. It's probably not going to go so well, right? Like that's going to be a
But old girl, the acolyte, the one that killed, she should be a force to be reckoned with because she ended up defeating the Jedi fucking master. They
right.
should be like, oh, we need an army for this bitch.
Yeah,
There's something going on. She better defeat that woman. What?
right. And
And dude, stupid ass Mr. Asian Qui-Gon Jinn, right? He was like, oh, I'm gonna go alone. For
right,
what?
right.
Motherfucker, she be the Jedi Master. What makes you think you got a chance?
Right. Well, and I think it's because of the twin thing, right? Like he suspected that it wasn't really like the girl or whatever, like his old apprentice, whatever her name is. I've already forgotten her name because her character's
Fucking
so
stupid.
fucking lame.
He's a
But
lame character. Man. I'm gonna prove it. Go ahead, finish. I'm gonna prove he's a lame ass character.
no, no, it's yeah. I mean, that's it, right? I mean, I think that's why he went alone because he is sure that she wasn't the one that killed the other master or whatever. But it's still this whole thing of well, who is then? And maybe none of you should be
Yeah.
alone if there's somebody out there killing Jedi. Like
Right.
maybe y'all should pair up for a while.
I mean, this fucking guy gonna tell the Black Luke Skywalker, right?
Mm,
When he was telling him about the oh, he was like, "Is she still alive?" He was
right,
like, "No, she's dead. I saw her die." Keep in mind, he said that she's dead. I saw her die.
right.
That's what he told him.
I remember. Yep.
Fast forward, fast forward to the later scene when an old girl was like, "My sister, I know she's still alive. She's still alive." Then he replies to her. He says, "I believe you."
Right.
Well, motherfucker, you just told the other guy that she was dead and you saw her die, but you're gonna tell a sister that tells you that she thinks she's alive. You're gonna say, "I believe you." How did you? What the fuck?
Well, that's the power of vagina, Chrome. Like he totally switched what he was saying and believing because he was all of a sudden in the room with a woman.
Oh, right, right. What do they say? Whatever she says, believe her. Believe the woman.
Right? So, I mean, that's all he was doing. He was just, following the memo.
Oh my god, man, that's so fucking bad. God, he
I
should have
just
been
thought it
like,
was hilarious because I was like, okay, this is how useless Black Luke Skywalker is, right? Because of what you just said, literally, right? The Master says one thing to him, and then all he has to do is meet female Black Luke Skywalker for 2 seconds, and he completely
right?
changes his whole worldview.
Yeah. What the fuck, man?
It was
Oh my
hilarious.
god, that is terrible writing, bro. It's like, what the fuck? Then what about the part when he was shirtless and shit? The
Oh
female.
yeah, I know. And then she was like, "Put your clothes on,"
Yeah,
you know.
your clothes.
And I was thinking to myself, like, when that happened, I was like, that there's no way that this woman hasn't been like basically naked like from age 13 through all of high school wherever she went to school in California. Like I was just in my head I was like this is hilarious, like the idea of like a
They made him
woman like
stupid too.
yeah, like in modern times, like saying that to a guy when she has undoubtedly paraded herself like in real life with way
Yeah,
less clothes,
put some clothes on. You got women that wear 90% fucking skin. Like they wear like 20% clothing on and during the summertime.
right? If that.
So last one. The woman should never tell a man put some clothes on.
I just,
I like, bitch, you got the supermarket with like 10%
right.
clothing on you.
You are not Arabic, right? Like
Oh,
you are not Muslim. It's obvious. Like, it's not like you're wearing a burqa every time you go out, right? Like, slow your roll, bitch.
and that's what I was thinking. I said, imagine you are a lesbian director slash writer, right?
Right?
You approve of that scene that shows a naked man, which you are not into. You into naked women, okay?
Apparently,
Apparently, you
right?
you okay with showing a shirtless man on the screen, but you're not okay showing a half naked woman on the screen. But you're into women though.
You're saying this, Chrome, as if I'm gonna have some kind of explanation or logic for it. I have no idea. I
Now,
do
that's
not.
really
I
I'm just
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're pointing out the logical inconsistencies, right? And that there's a lot of them. I agree.
they hate the male gaze that fucking much, man.
Right?
We can't see no tits, no ass. We can't see a fine fucking chick that looks like a woman in a show.
Right?
We can't get none of that shit.
Nope.
But look, but even though I'm lesbian, I can please the straight women and the
Well,
gay men.
right. We can get a half naked brother. That's no problem.
Yes,
I mean,
I see.
it's very obvious, right? And then they do it, and then it was so weird. That whole scene to me was so weird. Just like, all right, this guy is obviously in really good shape, right? He's super cut, strong. You can see his muscles and everything. And she just absolutely just runs him into the ground as if he's like this useless
Yeah, the way they
sort
were
of piece of
dialed.
meat or something. Like, she's just so
Yeah,
disgusted to see his chiseled body, right? Like, this is the way that she acts around it. And of course I was watching it thinking, I think the lady doth protest a bit too much. She doesn't like how that makes her feel. you know
she must have to watch for that future. That's what I think.
I mean, they tried to make her a lesbian sort of character, right? But it's like she's uncomfortable seeing this, guy chiseled, half naked in front of her. Why would she be uncomfortable if she was actually a lesbian? She wouldn't care at all,
Oh,
right?
nope, she wouldn't care.
So to me, that's a bit of a failure in terms of character design and development. I don't really buy that she's a lesbian. It seems like she's attracted to the dude and she's uncomfortable seeing him
Yeah,
half naked,
she fighting her desires for him and shit.
Yeah, yeah, she's afraid of how, that makes her feel. So,
Yeah,
you know. But whatever, Kathleen Kennedy says, right? Put a girl in it, make her gay. That's what's supposed to make Star Wars better, right? Put a chick in it and make her gay.
yeah, make them all gay. Shit, so she's gonna make every last person that gay.
That's the solution, I'm sure.
Man, it's only gonna get worse, man. It's like holy shit. Cause they say episode 3 is even worse than the first two. I'm like, damn, how bad is it gonna get?
Right?
I
Yeah.
remember what I posted in that podcast that I was watching earlier. They was like, cause they mentioned the fact that they want to make white men cry and shit.
Hmm.
I said no. By the time that season is over, they're gonna be the ones crying.
I think so because the numbers are probably going to be so bad, right? I
Right,
mean,
so bad, exactly.
you and I watched it, right? But I mean, we're just hate watching it, so we'll get bored eventually, probably, and just do something else. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I expect, unless I don't know, man. Unless it's
No,
just
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it itself. I watched it from people that watched it. They showed
okay.
scenes and they
You're watching
described it.
reviews, yeah,
Yeah, watch the reviews, detailed spoiler reviews. I don't give a shit. Spoil the fuck out of it. I ain't finna watch it.
right, right,
So that's
yeah.
how that's how I knew about those scenes.
hmm I don't
I was
mind
like, this
watching
is
it
fucking
just to be
awful.
able to talk about it, but it is the sort of thing where it's like you know, my one little number watching it isn't going to make a difference. I don't. I think if like just the average person saw it, or the average, even a just casual Star Wars fan, I don't think they're going to like it much. Like because there's not really anything here that of substance that's really compelling so far. Even if you ignore all the woke stuff, it's just like the story in general is just kind of like, why do I care?
Yeah,
Like
stories. The,
I don't care about these characters, so why would I
the
care about the
continuity is
story?
fucked up.
You know? Yeah. So, and that's regardless of like the gender, race stuff.
Yeah, it
I
is.
don't care.
It's
If it was
bad.
actually an interesting story, if they'd actually made interesting characters, I don't care what their gender and race is at all.
I
But
know I can overlook it if it was actually a good fucking story being told.
yeah, that's the thing.
I
I'm the
mean,
same way with gaming. I'm the same way with
yeah,
movies, right? It's like
yeah,
make a compelling character, and I'll be interested. And
yeah,
I don't care if they're gay or straight or what color they are, any of those. You can make any kind of character. The problem is in Hollywood and in game development these days, everybody wants to do the agenda first. They want to
yeah,
take a character that is, gay and not white and, or trans or something like that, and then like force you to like them. Basically, like they don't want to just make a character that is likable first, and then they happen to be also one of those other things, and that's actually part of their character, not just checking a box for some sort of arbitrary agenda
they
of
checked a lot of
representation.
boxes for that season.
Right?
Holy
There's a
shit!
lot of box checking going on, and it's very
Yeah,
obvious
you can
because the
say
characters
it.
suck. They're just not
Yeah, they.
interesting.
Oh, fuck, God, this shit is a fucking. The people actually saying that's gonna fucking put the nail in the coffin on Star Wars. This acolyte series. I'm saying Star Wars been dead since fucking episode 7, man.
You know what would be
I
funny
mean,
if it gets
it's just digging
so
a deeper
bad?
grave.
What if they have to call George Lucas and be like, "Hey, come fix this"? Wouldn't that be wild?
Wasn't he a consultant by the time episode 9 came out?
I don't know. Maybe.
I
I
thought they was there was I thought they employed him to be a consultant
Well, it
or
didn't
something.
work, so
It didn't obviously.
they'd need to do something else, obviously.
I made a
But
vlog on that when I heard about it. I was like, what the fuck?
right, and I don't even think Lucas is the answer. By the way, I think that the answer is give John Favreau a blank check and get the fuck out of the way. That's what I think the actual
Oh, because
answer is.
he was behind the Mandalorian, right?
Yeah, he did the Mandalorian, and I thought
So
he
he
did really
stepped in
well with
and
that.
fucked it up.
What's that?
Because people hated that it had to end it though. Was he involved in that too?
I don't think that. Well, I'm not sure exactly about the ending, but he definitely did the first two seasons that had nothing to do with that, and they were great. So,
So somebody
I
else
think
took
it
up
got
season
more
3 and fucked
political.
up.
I think it got. My understanding is it got more political. Kathleen Kennedy was like getting in the way of things. That's what I heard anyway. I'm
Yep.
not. I
That,
don't
that,
quote me on
that,
that, but
yeah.
it definitely felt like this thing of I'm left with the impression that season three of The Mandalorian would have probably been different if you'd have just given John Favreau a blank check and gotten the fuck out of the way. Like it probably would have been different, is my guess.
He had to been gone by season 3 because that's the season people hated.
Yeah. So I don't know who worked on it, how all that went down, whatever. Like I said, even I think we talked about it the other day. I was like, I don't hate season three. I think it's fine. I would have preferred that they did a spin-off, right? If they were gonna make it so heavily about the Mandalorians taking back Mandalore, if the Mandalorian wasn't gonna be the one that was really taking back Mandalore, and all of that. They really made it more about some of the other characters. That's fine, but it should have been a spin-off series, right? Like when I'm watching The
Mm,
Mandalorian, I want to see, basically, the bounty hunting adventures of the Mandalorian and Grogu. That's what I'm interested in.
Baby Yoda.
Yeah. So I mean, that was more interesting, right? I liked the Book of Boba Fett too. I thought that was pretty cool.
Mhm.
It's not, you know, I I think my standards have been lowered so much over the years with Star Wars, though, so it's hard to say like, oh yeah, this was so good or whatever. But I really did enjoy some of the Boba Fett episodes because, particularly the stuff when he was uh, kind of just wandering the desert and found the Tusken Raiders, and they sort of like, he learned their culture and everything and learned how to fight in new ways. I thought that was really cool. And then he used that technique to kill the other bounty hunter at the end of Book of Boba Fett. I thought that was fucking awesome.
Mm.
But it was that was like I think they do better with small scale stories, is what it seems to me. Like with Disney, like the Mandalorian is just a bounty hunter going through the universe. Happens to have a pretty cool origin story, backstory. The whole history of Mandalore is fascinating as a place to be
Dude,
from, and that's cool. But if they try to do really big galactic event type things like the sequel trilogy, it's just shit. It just sucks. They're just not good at it.
yeah.
But they can do the small, like little individual things pretty good if they try and they don't overdo it on all the agenda crap, right?
Yeah, like having like putting Leia above Luke and shit, and the fucking Kenobi.
Yeah, all that
That
weird
shit,
stuff.
that
I don't.
Kenobi shit got me.
Yeah, that was weird.
I like you. I like you ruined Obi Wan. You ruined Darth Vader. You made them both stupid in that in that season or
Yep.
series. It's like holy shit. It's
I
like what this what got me about Vader. Like it's so dumb that it's funny, but at the same time it's infuriating because they made Vader stupid.
right.
When he stopped the ship with the Force
Mm-hmm.
from taking off the fake ship, and then the
Yep.
real ship it was on actually took off. How come he couldn't stop that one too?
Right.
That was the thing. I said, wait a minute, you stop that one. Stop the other one. They obviously on the other ship getting away, you fuck. I'm like, damn, y'all killed Vader. Y'all killed him.
There are certain things too like that when they're dealing with people like Vader or Obi-Wan where it's like you have to be more clever, I think. Like because Vader would just sense stuff, right? He would just sense that things were different or whatever, like and preempt something like that, right? It's not believable to me that you could fake him out with like a fake ship if the other one is right there,
Yeah, Vader
you
was
know
just, yeah.
unless Kenobi is like able to do, was that supposed to be the idea? Kenobi was able to like misdirect his feelings or whatever, so it appeared that they were on the other ship. But if that's the case, make it really clear that that's what's going on,
They didn't make
right?
that clear.
You
Why is it
know,
left for us to figure that shit out?
right? I don't know. So my guess is the writers didn't even think about it. That's what I think, you know. So because it just hasn't been very tight writing lately for these things. Um, I did like Andor though. I will say that. I thought Andor was really good. Now it took a while to get going. The first three episodes are boring as hell. But once it finally got going, it was like, okay, this is actually really fucking good. Um, but again, relatively small scale thing, right? It's a origin story of a character that we know his fate. Um, he dies at the end of Rogue One. So, but it's still pretty interesting. And it's better than I think most of the things that they've done, other than Mandalorian.
Hmm.
And
Well,
there's
I
there's
don't
a
think
perfect example,
I
right?
don't think that.
That's a character, by the way, who is isn't he Mexican? I believe that
Who?
actor, the actor who plays Andor. I believe I mean, he's some
I mean, I
from
don't know. He could be.
he's
It's
from
possible.
somewhere south of the border. I know that he's Latin, but Latino. I mean, so there's a good character who's not white that is actually good.
Hmm.
Because they didn't really make it a big deal. They didn't make that the focus of his whole character and identity. He was just an
Yep.
interesting character who happens to be Latino.
Yep.
It's not that hard. I don't understand why Hollywood doesn't understand this. Like, it's not that. difficult to do this.
So you got people that are like mentally fucked up that's working on these movies, man. They really got to end for the white man. It's not my fault that your father was an ass, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Why you got to take it out on us, our fucking media? You know?
Right? Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I feel about it. Um, but I know it's just misdirected anger at the end of the day, Chrome. Right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
I
That's
mean,
what it is.
they can be as mad as they want to at white men in general. It's not going to change anything. You know? It just means they're not going to get as many views on things like Star Wars, right? Because, no, spoiler alert, your biggest demographic by far is white men. like,
Yeah.
like,
God, they hate that too. They hate that fucking fact.
Disney must really hate that.
I mean, shit, white America. I mean, America's mostly made up of white people. Sorry,
Yep,
you know. So of
it's
course, you're
just
gonna have most of the
math.
fans to be white.
It's just math, That's what it is. So, I mean, stay mad about it, but it's not going to change anything,
They want to say the fourth is female. They want to make Mary Sue's.
right?
All this shit, man. Fuck the men. Make the men look like cowards. Make them useless. Make the females demean them. It's like Jesus Christ.
And this is why I was telling you, go back to the Clone Wars TV series and watch that because they actually made very compelling characters in that series. One of the reasons why Ahsoka is one of my favorite characters in all of Star Wars. I'm talking top five, easy,
Mm-hmm.
because of that TV series, not because of the new one, but because of the Clone Wars animated series. In large part because of how Anakin trains her. And it makes it very clear in the series that that's why she is the way she is.
We got Robo Ahsoka in the Ahsoka series, though.
Got what?
We got Robo Ahsoka.
Right, yeah, right. Yeah,
I
it's
mean, that bitch
very,
has no emotion. It's like
yeah.
that was one
It,
of the main gripes against it. It's like she got no fucking emotion.
it's very weird. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I like it somewhat, but I'm very conflicted on that newer series. Like, it's certainly not like Clone Wars, where it's like, if you're a Star Wars fan, you will definitely love Clone Wars. Like, there's no way you won't. Like, cause I'm an OG trilogy fan, right? Like that's
Yeah.
my stuff. I don't like the prequels. We've talked about that. But even though
Hmm.
this animated series is set in the middle of the prequels with all of those characters and settings and stuff, I love that series. It's so good. That's how much I like it. Um, so anyway, I just make that point because I don't want people to be listening to this thinking like, oh well, you just don't like women and other people being the hero or whatever. And it's like, no, that's not true at all. Ahsoka Tano is one of the best heroes in all of Star Wars, like hands down.
Shit,
Um,
earlier I mentioned because some asshole came in a podcast earlier talking shit. I said, motherfucker, who you calling misogynist, bitch? I said one of my favorite female protagonists is Clementine from The Walking Dead.
oh yeah, sure.
And that has zero to do with her fucking skin color. It's the fact that she's a badass.
One of mine
You know what I'm saying?
is Carol, actually, from Walking Dead, and Michonne.
Yeah, see? I know another male that likes Michonne.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
awesome.
this is far from misogynistic.
I mean,
Far from it.
make a good character. Again, we're back to that, right? Make a good, interesting, compelling character. You know, I mean, Carol's story in Walking Dead is so compelling.
Yeah, I
I
mean that's
mean,
that's what we like the character at the end of the day, what they're about, what their struggles are, what their goals are.
yep,
Make an interesting fucking character.
yep. And Carol's story is so interesting, particularly because they did the TV series over the last decade, right? Like, I think it started in like '09 or somewhere around there. Her entire story arc is like the antithesis of the Me Too movement and Karens and all of that crap, right? It is a woman who has been abused in her marriage, physically and mentally, and just totally destroyed, loses her child at the beginning of the apocalypse with all of the zombies,
Mhm.
is completely like at her lowest point and should could have easily just killed herself, right? Like in fact, it's like sort of implied if I remember in the show, like you kind of think that's gonna happen, but she has this complete and then she's ostracized from the group even and all that. Like she has to survive on her own, and she
It's
figures
the
out how
struggle.
to fucking do it. Like she
A
figures out
character that struggles, man.
what's that?
We like a character that's struggling. We like that
Yeah.
shit.
And because she
It's like,
struggles so hard, but she gets
yeah,
through it, and then she becomes one of the biggest badasses in the whole series.
exactly.
Like she saves everybody. Like in
Right,
season 5 in Terminus, like she kills
right.
all of these, psycho, what is it, cannibals that have kidnapped them, and saves everybody. It's like the season 5 opener is so good. And it's just Carol with a sniper rifle, like killing people like, and saving the whole group. It's awesome. Um, So anyway, that's just a bit of a rant on like. So it's like she was this very like victimized person who rose above all of that crap, right? And decided she was going to
Yeah.
live and improve herself and survive, right? She's like the complete opposite of what we were talking about earlier about how some people just want to be victims, or they, even if they don't consciously want to, it's what they end up doing because of the patterns and the reward structure that our society has given them, basically, for being victims.
hmm So I don't see how you can have any attachment to a character that doesn't struggle. They always win. They got these mysterious powers.
Right?
Ray from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Um,
Right.
that's what I'm thinking about. I mean, like they can't lose.
The
It's
power of
like,
vagina once again is Ray.
it's like,
That's what it is. It's
like
the
what
story of the power of vagina. No
the, it's a
training,
bad.
no training at all,
No,
but just can magically pick up a lightsaber and fight a Sith
yeah,
Lord and actually defeat
and
him.
go to
Like, what the
yeah,
hell?
yeah. That's what I was saying. It's like what the fuck.
Makes no sense at all. So, yeah.
And then they wonder why we like Luke Skywalker and shit. It's like fuck
Right?
on, man. The dude. It's like
Eh,
it's okay for a character to make a mistake. It's okay. We're not gonna hate him at the end of the day.
Well, look at,
It's
I
like
mean, that was a big part
he's
of
a
Luke,
hero.
right? He made a huge mistake in Empire
Yeah,
when he went to fight Vader, right?
yeah.
He
That's what I'm
loses
thinking
his
of. Right.
hand because of his own,
Yep.
fear
Yep.
about losing his friends, right? He throws himself
Yep.
at Vader before he's ready, and he pays a dear price
Right.
for it, you know?
Right.
Uh, so that's why Empire is so good. Um, but
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. The struggle, man. It's about the struggle. Same thing with Michonne, right? And Michonne to a lesser extent, I think, because when you first meet Michonne in the TV show, she's already a badass. She's already gone through her, process of being the victim and learning how to fight and protect herself and all that
Yeah.
stuff. She's just already like one of them that you can just count on when she meets the group and everything, right? And but with Carol, you get to see that whole process in the show, and
Yeah.
it's
I played
interesting.
the the Michonne expansion pack for. I enjoyed it.
Hmm.
I think it was only 3 episodes. I think it was only 3 episodes, which sucked, but it was still good though.
Hmm. Yeah, that was the Telltale game.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I heard those were really good, but I haven't played them.
Yeah. I love those games.
Did you play the Batman ones?
Yep.
Those are good too.
hmm
Nice. Yeah, I gotta check those out at some point.
Yep. They're good.
Yeah. Well, I think that
At
was
least
the.
by the time I got my hands on, they were patched up. So
Oh,
like I
okay.
heard that game was buggy as fuck on release.
Really? Yeah, like Cyberpunk. God.
Oh man, I don't think none. I think Cyberpunk was so bad that Sony was like put on the spot to give out refunds, man.
Right. And Cyberpunk was so bad, it's
Too
like the
bad.
meme now, right? It's the
Yeah,
cliche that every other broken game is compared to. Well, was it as bad as Cyberpunk? No. Oh, well, that's good anyway. Um, I want to play Cyberpunk now though, because I've heard they've patched it up and you can totally play it.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I know somebody who likes it.
I picked it up for PS4 when it was like $5, like right after release, because you know it was so broken. I got it at GameStop for $5. Nobody wanted it.
Damn.
I knew they'd patch it. It'd just take a few years, so I was like, yeah, I'll
All
pick this up.
right. I'll wait a few years.
Yeah.
Even Sony says you're better off playing it on PS5 as opposed to the PS4. That's pretty fucked up.
I mean, and that's what I'm gonna do too. I'm gonna play it on my PS5 instead,
Yeah, that's what they said pretty much in the description
right?
of the game. I was like, wow, this game is that bad.
Right. Well, it just wasn't optimized, right? Like they were really they tried to do too much, you know, I'm sure for like the former gen, you know. That happens sometimes towards the end of a generation with certain games. But I don't think it's worth buying a PS5. I will say that. You know, I have one, but I got a really good trade-in deal when it was on sale at GameStop. So um,
Oh, I see. Yeah,
that
I hear
that's
you.
why I have. If I had to pay retail for this thing, I certainly wouldn't have bought it.
It was, I mean, that first when the PS5 first came out, it was fucking sky high, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, stampers and shit.
Well, it took forever to even get one because all the
Yeah,
scalpers kept buying them and jacking up the
scalpers.
prices.
Yeah,
You know, that's why I got a Series S actually, because it was the first thing I could buy from the new gen that was actually available that I didn't have to fight the scalpers for. And everybody was like, "Why'd you buy a Series S? It sucks." And I was like, "No, it's actually awesome, but whatever." And it's actually available, but okay. I mean, keep hating, you know. Keep keep looking for that $1,000 PS5 on eBay, I guess.
exactly. I mean, this console generation, man, is the worst, man. The PS5 and that's Sony's worst fucking console ever.
I will say, like, I don't think there's been a worse one. I do
No, I
agree with you,
don't think so. No,
and it's unfortunate
no.
too because I mean the thing is really powerful. It's got super fast load times, which I love.
Hmm.
I love playing my PS4 games on it because they're way faster, and a lot of them have texture packs and enhancements, which is nice. But it still just feels like a fancy PS4 Pro in that sense, right?
Yeah,
Because that's what I'm playing on it primarily. And yeah, you're right, dude. In terms of the library, it's very limited, you know, for being 4 years into a generation. Like, it does not have near the library that the others did by this point in their life cycles.
there was no good games debuted on it. Like, it's like,
Yeah,
come on. I was like, where is the next Infamous game and where is the next?
right.
That was just one game I was thinking
I
of.
mean,
Like, come on,
how
man.
about Uncharted, you know, or
Yeah,
I don't think they're doing an Astros game now, I think that looks pretty cool, but I don't know when that's coming out. Uh, as far as the exclusives go, the other issue is like for anything that I want to play, like the JRPG stuff, like basically all of them come to PS4 too. Like you don't have to play them on PS5. So yeah, man. I mean, this is a console I would not buy unless you could get it for like $200, you know, just to play your
I mean, dude,
PS4 stuff.
my friends list on the PSN,
Hmm.
the vast majority of them still have a PS4, man.
Yeah, yeah, and I heard a
The
stat
vast
about that.
majority.
I heard a stat
Some
recently
of
about
them,
that. They said
yeah.
that there's still 50 million people playing PS4s. I don't know how they
Hmm.
found that. I don't know how they found that. You know, don't quote me on it, but
Maybe from the Sony with they numbers and shit.
yeah, it was on a YouTube video I watched last week. And they were talking about that. They were saying like the PS5 is just not anywhere near the like doesn't have the users at all that are still on PS4. And they
Hmm.
were making the argument that the reason for that, in large part, is there's not really a lot of PS5 exclusives. So,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
yeah.
people aren't really that motivated to buy PS5s. They're expensive, and if you don't have a big library, like what's the point, right? Like why even do it? for a console gamer. You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense, and especially now, dude. You can get a PS4 Pro used for like $100. You know, and like now, and like the value for that is insane, right? Like that's insanely good value for the library that you have access to on PS4. Um, just like $100 for the console. That's a steal.
Yeah, it is.
And yeah, it's used, but who cares? You know, if it breaks, just buy another one.
Yeah.
They're so cheap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually got a. I was trying to get a. I don't know if I told. I was trying to get a PS4 Slim because my first PS4 the disc drive fucked up
Hmm.
on me, so I had to get one at a disc drive at work, of course, and I tried to get another one, and they actually sent me a PS4 Pro instead of a PS4
Oh,
Slim.
nice, nice.
Do you think I contacted them and said, "Oh, I got the wrong system"? Hell,
No,
fucking no.
not at all.
I was
No.
like, "Holy shit!"
Well, you know, they may have even known. They may have just been out of Slims and had to fill your order, you know?
You know, I
Um,
thought that too. I thought that too.
Maybe that's what happened, but who cares, right? Like you got a pro, like, and if you've had the base,
Yeah,
you can see how much better the pro is, right? So,
yeah, I had the base before. Yeah,
yeah, I mean, it's a huge improvement. It's definitely worth getting a pro, I think, if you're gonna
yeah,
play PS4 games, because there's a lot of enhancements.
yeah.
I mean, now it's definitely worth it, right? And I got my Spider-Man one like an idiot. I bought the Spider-Man PS4 Pro when that came out, you know, like $400 or whatever. I paid the extra 100 for the limited edition, you know, whatever. And that thing, I've barely used it at all. Like I've played a few games with it, and I put it back in the box when I got the PS5 just for. I'll probably never turn it on again. That's how sad it is. But I love Spider-Man, so you know it's still a cool thing to have just to collect.
Here comes the Spider Man.
Now I've seen that thing for like $150 though, you know, used. So it's like, yeah, they sell you every now and then they'll get me on something thing like, oh god, it's limited edition. I'll never find it if I don't buy it retail. It's like, yeah, right. Of course you will. Just give it 5 years. It'll be $50. Doesn't matter. But I don't collect a ton of stuff physical, so it's not a big deal. I got the space.
Yeah, because a lot of the digital games I own, they don't have a. There's no physical counterpart to them.
Right.
No, I've been because the games that I like the I can't even. I got so many. I don't know what to begin, man. That has a physical counterpart to them that I quite
Mm,
enjoy.
right.
I think the last one I bought doesn't.
The one I think of is Castle Crashers that I've got. I know there's, as far as I know, there's not a physical release of that.
Yeah, Asshole Crashers. What kind of game is that?
Castle Crashers is this four-player game where you're like a knight and you have this special ability. Like each character has a different ability, and you can be, you know, any of the knights. They're all different colors, and
Oh,
you fight like all these princesses get kidnapped from your castle, and you got to go through all these levels fighting them, fighting all these goblins and you know other enemy knights and things and creatures and save the princess basically. But it's like a comedy sort of cartoonish style, which is pretty fun. And it's online, you know, four-player co-op, so it's pretty cool. It's a beat 'em up, you know, side scroller.
hmm.
But yeah, it came out on 360 and PS3 back in the day, and now it's on Steam.
Oh, okay.
Did you get everything you want for Xbox before the store closes or whatever?
No, I didn't yet.
Yeah. What else are you looking for?
Not that much, really. I mean, as far as games, no. Cause I can't think of a single one that's not available physical, but I know they're gonna fucking go up
Right.
when when the store closes.
Right. Yeah. All those physical versions are probably going to go up some once the store closes, I expect.
Did you ever
Tyler,
watch this? Oh, go ahead.
oh, I was just going to say Tyler was going to send me one of his extra PS3 Slims, I think, soon. So once he does that, I might buy a few of my old PS3 games back, to collect.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I saw that Castlevania game, Lords of Shadow, that I told you about. That I can get that on eBay for like $10 now, which is actually a lot cheaper than it used to be. I feel like it used to be like 30 for a while, so I don't know why that got so much cheaper.
Mm.
But it's nice to have the old consoles just in case you run across things like that, that,
Yeah, I'm glad I got my PS3 shit.
right? Yeah, I sold mine a few years ago. I had like one of the white Super Slims, and I had like
Hmm.
30 games, and I sold the whole thing for like $300. Um, which was a good price at the time. Like I got decent price for it, but now it's kind of like I kind of want a few of those games back. I had the original Demon Souls and Castlevania. Uh, there's a game I'd really like to get to collect called Alice Madness Returns, which
Oh, that game is
if
fucking awesome.
you played that one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I fucking love that game, man. It's one of my favorite
Oh
platformers.
man, it's so much fun to play that.
God, I wish we could get a sequel to that game.
I know.
Like how fucking that there you go. There's a PS5 exclusive that would be worth it. Like, that'd be fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
We get a sequel to Alice. I don't think it's gonna happen though.
They did have a PS5 game. I said I said this on the live stream at the time. I can't remember the name, but nobody knows the fuck it is. You know what I'm saying? It was
Hmm.
one that came out when a PS5 came out. I'm like, come on, man. Nobody
Uh,
even know what the fuck. Nobody knows about this game.
well, and to be fair, nobody knows what Alice is, what we're talking about. But
But Alice Madness Returns.
yeah, I feel like it was just a sleeper. Like I mean, it's a sleeper hit.
I
Obviously, if
know.
you've played it, you love that game. But I feel like a lot of people don't even know about it.
Yeah, yeah, I can say that too. But I'm thinking the game that's on that came with that debuted with the PS5. I think more people know about Alice in that game. So
Yeah, you're probably right because I don't even know the game you're talking about.
I can't remember the name. That's why I'm saying I never heard this game before.
I mean, the only one I remember is the Demon Souls remake, but
Yeah,
you know
that's
that
that's not that I heard people trying to defend it talking about Demon Souls remake. Like that's a PS3 title, man.
right?
I mean that doesn't count. That's not a true exclusive.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you get out of my face with that shit.
Right. I don't remember what were the other launch titles.
Oh, they had this spot. Was
Oh,
it
they had
Miles Morales?
Miles
But that was on
Morales. Yeah,
the platform though.
they had Miles
That was on the
Morales. That's right. But it was also on PS4, so it wasn't an exclusive
yeah
either. So
yeah.
yeah, those are the two I remember from launch that I actually wanted to play. But I still haven't gotten them because I've got a bunch of PS4 games I still need to play first.
I am so bad, man, at playing my games. It's sad, man.
I know. I mean, I'm
Sad.
pretty sure all of us in our little friend community, like, we all have probably like very, very bad backlogs.
Yeah, I mean, I got so much shit. Like, it's funny because when I played like the games I ain't played for like a long, long time, again,
Mm.
it's like I'm playing it for the first time, man.
I like that though. You know, it's fun to be able to grab a game I haven't played in 5 or 10 years and put it in. And it's like, oh, I kind of
Yeah.
remember this, but not really at all. You know. I interviewed one of my friends the other day for my show, and one of the games he picked as one of his favorites that we talked about was a game that he said was so good he wished he could forget it, and he's actually actively trying to forget it now so that he can play it again. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, I know the feeling on that one. I'm like, man,
Right? There's certain games like that that it'd be nice to be able to do that. Maybe
I wish I
dementia won't be
walking
all
dead.
bad.
I wish I could forget the Walking Dead and just play it again.
Mm. Yeah, I wish I could forget the TV show and watch it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't love everything about the TV show, but I definitely loved parts of it.
Mhm. That's funny. I found this. I ran across this one game on PSN. It's called Jigsaw Abundance Cyberpunk Bundle.
Okay.
I have zero interest in the game itself, but I like the avatar.
Oh, really?
Like, what the?
You're gonna buy it just for the avatar?
No. I thought I could get the avatar separately.
Right. That would have been hilarious, though.
Yeah, bought it just for the avatar.
Yeah, right. Put it
it
on.
just, it just,
Put it on your
it
live
just.
stream. Like you load the game up, and you're like, I don't care about this game. I just want you guys to see this avatar real quick.
I thought about it briefly. Like, I was get the game just for the avatar. Like, fuck that, man.
Right, man.
Maybe you can get it separate. I have to go in the avatar list off the console. Maybe
Right.
I'll find it.
Maybe you can.
Cause I got a couple of there was a Fortnite avatar I was using. I liked it.
Hmm.
It looked fucking dope as fuck. And I used it for a while too. It was from Fortnite,
I fucking
but
hate
I would be caught
Fortnite.
dead playing, bro. Still
Yes,
piss off some people now.
that's right, chat. I fucking hate Fortnite. Yeah, I said it again. I don't give a fuck. I hate that game. I don't care how much joy it brought you. It's gay and stupid.
Fortnite.
God.
Still
And you know,
a
if you
game.
were old and cranky like me, you'd know why. It's because Epic Games used to be the shit. Like they used to be
Hmm.
like the fucking cutting edge of gaming when they made Unreal and Gears of War. And they hung up their creative hat and then they started crapping out Fortnite DLC for the last 10 years and nothing else. Along with their, online gaming service, which is cool. I will give them that. Their online gaming service is very cool. They give away free games every week, free PC games. That is a very cool thing. I will give them that. Fortnite, not so cool. Because they used to make actual games, not just fucking DLC packs for, what is it called? The microtransaction shit. Like, yeah. See, I don't even remember what it's called. Well, because I don't buy that shit because it's stupid, a waste of money.
Hmm. There's this game called I don't know if you heard of it. It's called Warframe.
Warframe.
Yeah, it's one of
Yeah, I
those
think I've
free
heard
to
of that.
download. Yeah, it's one of those free to download. So it has single player. It's not just. multiplayer only. You can play a single player, but you have to fucking grind like a motherfucker unless you buy the items and shit. So they get you regard after you fucking buy it. But
Hmm.
anyways, the trailer is epic as hell. I was like, "Ooh, we look at this trailer's fucking dope." But then I saw the gameplay. I was like, no, no, fucking no.
uh, that's too bad. Don't you hate that?
Yeah, I
That's
hate
like
it.
when we were kids and like you saw like some really dope box art like for some game like so many games had like the sickest box art in the 90s, but they were ass to play. Like the game itself sucked, you know? That's what seeing a good trailer now and the gameplay is trash. That's like the equivalent, I feel like.
It's funny they did that with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They gonna just show you a fucking complete CGI shit, no
Yeah,
gameplay whatsoever, right?
right.
And they're gonna tell you, "Ooh, innovative," and you're gonna see things you never saw, like what they can fly now. Fuck
Right.
out of here, man! It sound like it's like a revolution in the entire series and shit. No, it's not.
Right. Terrible.
Oh, just show you complete CGI trailer and shit. And people are hyped already. How you getting hyped and see no fucking gameplay?
I mean,
Not fucking
they
dumb,
know that
man.
people are gonna buy it, right? Because they can just slap the
Yeah,
Assassin's
they
Creed
know it.
name on it, and that's it. All they gotta do is call it Assassin's Creed, show a fancy trailer, and everybody's gonna like just
Mm-hmm.
be tripping over their balls to get that game, on release.
Ooh.
And of course, it'll be broken, right? It won't even work at release.
Yeah.
So you're gonna pre-order it for nothing, waiting for patches.
$70+
Yep.
130 probably for the full $130 for like the quote unquote complete edition.
Yeah.
And
The idea of a
then
complete
you have a
edition
bunch
at
of bugs.
release, like how funny is that?
You,
Just the idea that they can even
you,
sell, oh, this is the complete edition. It's like, yeah, right. There's gonna be 50 gigs worth of updates in the first 2 weeks, bro. That's not complete. Like,
mm-hmm,
we all know it.
mm-hmm,
Like,
mm-hmm.
I don't know why anyone pre-orders games anymore. Like, let me talk about that for a minute. Like you said, seventy
Yeah, I don't
dollars,
get it either.
$70 at release. 9 out of 10 times it's gonna be broken. Like
Mm-hmm.
those first few days. So why do you even want a game at release anymore? Like what for? You're just gonna sit around and have to wait for the patch, just for to be able to play it more than likely, or to be able to play it well. You're just gonna have to wait until it's patched, you know. That's why I bought Cyberpunk when it was $5 because I knew, yeah, it'll get patched eventually. It's gonna take a long time, but I can wait. I got a
Yeah.
backlog. I got a backlog. I got plenty of shit I can play. Let the devs take as long as they need to patch that thing.
Mm-hmm. That's the because I think the last pre-order that I ever gonna buy, which I bought, game was crashing like a motherfucker.
Really?
Uh,
What was it?
yeah, I bought it day one. It was the Life is Strange remastered.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, holy shit! I'm never. I said, I'm done, bro. I'm not buying no more
I didn't play
games on.
that. I heard that was kind of a woke game. Is it or not
Which
really?
one?
I don't know. One of them.
No,
One of them.
two. It was just two.
Oh, it was just two. Okay. Like
Yeah,
Last of
it's part
Us.
two.
Okay.
Yeah, Last of Us two. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the one.
Gotcha. So the first one was good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Everybody, a lot of people love the first one. I like the True Colors too. The last one,
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. Some people didn't. It is what it is. It wasn't woke though.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, I didn't notice anything woke about it.
Nice.
I mean, there is like a one small that I noticed when I first played. This is like via text message on your phone. She said she's probably joking about women in the kitchen or something like that.
Hmm.
Like women need to be in the kitchen or something. I read it as a joke.
I mean, that
That's
always
like the
sounds
only
like a joke
thing.
to me when I hear it. You know, it's like
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think anybody's serious when they say that. You know, I think that's just a
probably
something
being
they
off
say
like
to
they was
annoy
like,
feminists, right?
yeah, it sounded like they was like sticking to feminists instead. That's what it sounded like.
Sounds funny.
But other than that, I don't see. I ain't notice anything else on smoke about it.
Hmm.
I mean, they get on a hairstyle because that fucking hairstyle they put it on all black characters.
Right.
You know, the side hairstyle. That shit. I call it
Yeah.
the unisex style.
I think I know what you're
I
talking
call,
about.
I call it the unisex style because men and women have it.
Right.
So I mean, but to me, I don't know. I don't know if it's defense or not because I like the game. I like Alex and
Hmm.
True Colors. It seems like her hair is naturally done that way. Like she didn't mean to do it on purpose.
Hmm.
It's like it's a natural do for her.
Like it actually fits the character well.
Yeah, it fits her well. Yeah,
Yeah. See, I don't have a problem with that. Like I said before, when we were talking about gender, sexuality for characters, I don't have a problem with any of it if it's a good character, you know.
yeah.
But you're gonna have to make me care about the character. I'm not like straight white, you know, characters. It's like I don't care about them if they're not good characters. You know, been plenty of
I
those.
do gotta admit this one though. I gotta admit when I first I had a I was thinking that it could be woke. True Colors. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. Why is
But
that?
I was gonna buy it anyway because because of part two.
Oh, okay.
Even
Yeah.
though even though I felt that was gonna be done by the same team, I was like,
Well, you know, a
I
lot
like
of people
still.
did that with Last of Us Part 2, right? And they were really mad about it.
Yeah, it got all the hate it got. It deserved it.
Hmm. Yeah, we talked about that a while ago, and it sounded like it really did from what you said. I still haven't played it. I probably won't.
Yeah,
Like, I'm not really eager to play that after everything I've heard about it. I got plenty of other stuff to
yeah.
play.
At deep beneath all the woke shit, it's a good story, man. It's just
Oh,
the woke
okay.
shit it just ruins it.
Hmm.
It just fucking ruins it. Like man, it's like I can't recommend it though. You know what I'm saying? Even though I like the story being told up under it, up beneath all that shit, but it's like
Right.
I still can't recommend it though.
Well, I mean, I can appreciate the story of something like that too, right? Like I'll be able to play it and enjoy the story and sort of compartmentalize that stuff, but it will cost it points overall, right? As far as
Yeah, it
replay
does
would
cost
go.
it points with the woke shit. It does cost it points for me, but
Yeah.
I mean, I like the two brothers. I like their bond. I like the fact that they're on the run. It's
Mhm.
exciting to me.
Mhm.
You know?
Sure. Um yeah, I mean it's yeah, again, if it's good story and good characters, you know, I don't care. But, you know, what's funny is, you know, back when we were kids, like all kinds of games used to have a message, you know, of some
Yeah,
kind,
yeah,
and that was could be perceived now as very political. A lot of the games, and you know, but we didn't notice so much because the story was actually good and actually told in a good way
yeah.
with compelling characters, and it was like, and it made you think and feel things, and that's, you know, that's how it works, and
It wasn't as
Hollywood seems to
constant
have
back
forgotten
then.
that, right? Like they can't,
Yeah,
you can't communicate an opinion, a political opinion or agenda without telling a good story and giving people like help making them feel something around it. You know, if you just doing your little checkbox thing, your little agenda stuff, and not really making a good story, that's all we're going to see is the little checkboxes and agenda stuff. That's it. And that's what people
hmm,
talk about. That's what, and people get mad at YouTubers I've seen sometimes. They're like, "Oh God, they make such a good big deal about all this woke stuff and who fucking cares and all that." And it's like, well, the people who love the properties care, because
they kill with that shit. Who
you know,
cares?
like I mean,
Who
if
cares?
yeah, it's like, well, then you're not a fan of anything if you don't know why people care. You know,
Right.
and
That's right.
and
That's what I'm.
that's a you issue. Fine, you don't like video games,
Yeah.
you don't like stories, you don't like that's cool, whatever. Yeah, of course you don't. Then why would you understand this? But for those of us who actually do care about different franchises, it's like, yeah, we we notice, and yes, it does matter what they're doing to the characters and stories and settings that we love.
And they bother when people do constructive criticism of these games. It bothers them. They take it like it's a stab directly at them.
Right?
So they go on the social media, type all this shit, trying to defend it.
Play the
It's
victim,
ridiculous.
right? They play the
Yeah,
victim. That's what they do,
I
right? It's
keep
like,
saying
oh,
it. People,
all these people are attacking me for writing it this way or whatever, and it's just they'll try to call it racism or bigotry or
yeah, that's the writers. I
whatever.
was talking about yeah, that's true about the writers. I was talking about the gamers, the
Oh
ones who
yeah,
the
sure.
ones they so called defended. They go, they said she looked like a man. I don't think so. What that woman that looked like that in real life. I'm like, well, then they go. Then they ended with, "Who cares? You two motherfucker because you wrote a fucking novel on X talking about this, that, and the third. That means you give a fuck.
Right, exactly.
If you be saying nothing about it,
Yep. If you didn't care, you wouldn't actually respond at all.
right?
So,
Obviously, it's riling your ass up that you got to make a fucking social media post talking about it. Oh, here it goes again, guys.
right.
Another trailer for Assassin's Creed. Shadows just hit. They saying they hate they're racist. They said they don't like the black guy. Here we go. See.
Right.
Who cares? We got some racist white males hating on the black guy. You know.
Mhm. No, that's what it is. Like that's why I like our concept for this show. Because it's like we can talk about this stuff and no one can attack us for over that stuff, right? You know, I feel like, or I mean, they can try, but they're gonna look really dumb if they try to do that with the two of us talking about
Yeah,
this and sharing
the
opinions.
comments is not going to be disabled. We ain't no bitches.
No,
We ain't disabled shit.
of
The
course
likes
not.
and dislikes are not going to be disabled. You could dislike the fuck out of it. I don't give a fuck.
Bring the
At least
hate.
you interacting with us. You helping us out.
Right?
You know
And
what I'm
bring
saying?
it too. Like I would love for people to, if we have an opinion that you disagree with or you're really upset about, by all means, share it. We'd love to hear it. You know,
Mhm.
and we will respond to that shit too.
Hell
So,
yeah.
you know, um, let's. The whole point of this
Yeah,
is
we gonna
to be able to air our grievances a bit and talk about stuff and hey, if you think you got an opinion that might change ours, I'd love to hear it.
who cares? Let me stop.
Right. That's what the response will be. But then we'll get two like paragraphs and paragraphs of comments.
Cares? Yeah. Before they either after or before they say that you're gonna get a whole fucking novel and shit. I'm like, where's the next chapter? So I can like come back
Right.
later and finish your comment. You know what I'm saying?
It's so long. I'll be like, do I have to subscribe to this service? Is there, like when the next one comes out next month? Like, how does this work?
And then they will turn around and tell you, I don't care. Yes, you do, bitch. Keep
Right?
telling yourself that.
It's like,
Care a
you
lot, motherfucker.
you can pretend you don't care as much as you want, but that hour and a half you spent replying to us says otherwise.
So the moment they say, I don't understand, I'm like, yep, that's your problem. You don't understand.
Right? That's probably what most of it's gonna be. I'm sure people are going to be mad at me for what I said about Fortnite, but I don't give a fuck. Like
Yeah, it's
I invite you to go to the comments and attack me for that shit, for that, for my very valid opinion on that particular franchise. Like, by all means, defend microtransactions in gaming. Be my guest.
yeah, go ahead. We love to hear it. Who cares? God.
You think we scared everybody away now?
I believe the ones who still is like, "Y'all preaching, y'all preaching."
Right? Nah, nobody was here to begin with. It's just you and me talking to each other.
We could get this shit live though. And YouTube is like fucked up, man.
Right? Yeah, it
But
sucks.
we trying to do this shit live. We fucking tried.
You know, when I get on the road again, we'll be able to do that because I'll have I'll have internet in the city, and yeah, we'll be able to do some live stuff when I'm traveling again.
Okay.
So yeah, that can be a thing, a plan in the future or whatever. I'm gonna go to Asia, man. Like that's where I'm gonna go. Do some
Oh
traveling.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool, man.
right. At some point. I don't know if that'll be this year, but I'll be traveling in the U.S. some this year at least. Um, yeah. So,
Yeah, this is one guy. This is one guy I'm talking to on Discord. He was in Japan for a couple of years.
oh, that's fucking awesome. I
That's
thought.
what I said to what he told me. I was like, damn. But he even had he even had a Japanese girlfriend, man.
Well, of
And
course, that's
and
why you go there. Why was he there otherwise?
then then when he moved back to the States, she went with him.
Ooh, mistake.
And then they broke up.
Of
They
course.
broke up because she's a nagging asshole,
Hmm.
nagging bitch, or whatever you call her.
Right, right.
And then she went back to Japan.
Hmm. He, she went back to Japan, or he did.
After they broke up.
Yeah. Right. Wait, no. Did she go back, or did he go back after they broke up?
He went back.
She went back. Oh, okay. Yeah. Um.
I was like, wow.
I think that's hilarious.
It was all he said that he claims that I do believe it. He said when they was in Japan, she was fine, she was cool,
Right.
but when she came to America, she changed. I said, yeah, American women, man, that fuck you up.
Yeah, yeah, 100%.
She got involved with American women,
Hmm.
they changed her whole.
Yeah, because they no doubt were saying, "Girl, you can do so much better than him.
Right, right. You just got to
Like,
be.
you don't need to be with that man who makes you
Yeah,
happy and does all these things
right.
for you. You could be with
Right.
some other guy, you know.
Exactly.
You could be with a piece of shit girl who treats you like a whore."
Right.
And they actually listen to that shit. That's the part that kills me. I find it so hilarious. And it's just a group of women trying to make another woman as miserable as they are.
Yeah, we was talking about that before. How they like you don't that's why you keep this shit to yourself. You in a long
Right.
relationship, you together for years. You don't tell nobody what's going on between y'all. You keep it between yourselves and work it out between y'all.
Yep.
Because if you're a woman, for example, and you go get advice from your so-called girlfriend, like oh me and my husband fought again, she gonna discourage your ass, man. She gonna try to get your ass to leave because she's miserable.
Yep. She
That's
wants a
how it is.
buddy. She wants misery loves company.
Yeah, misery loves company, right?
Hmm. That's all it is. And make you think the grass is always greener, but it's really not. It's oftentimes dead and or dying.
Hey, did you ever play this game called Wolfenstein?
Oh yeah, man! I played Wolfenstein, the PC game back in the day. I played some of the newer ones too.
What about the Wolfenstein Youngblood?
I liked Youngblood. It got a ton of hate when it came out,
Mm.
but I
Oh,
thought that game was fucking awesome, man. I'm not gonna lie. And
yeah, I got it in
chat,
my backlog.
bring the hate, cause I will defend that game. That game was
Ah!
fun.
So
Like,
what is it? So what is it about it that you like so much about
I mean,
Youngblood?
it's a co-op shooter, right? So here's the thing about me, right? It's sort of it's world. All the Wolfenstein games are World War II themed,
Yeah.
and I love studying World War II. I love the shooters.
Okay.
I'm a straight white male, so World War II. It's like a thing we have to be into it. It's
That's
like
the country.
unwritten, code, whatever. Um, yeah, so I've been into World War II since I was a kid, and particularly the video games. And yeah, Wolfenstein Youngblood is awesome. You play like one of the two daughters of the main character from the other
Mhm.
games, the other like newer gen games. And I think that's what a
Yeah.
lot of people didn't like was because it was like you play like these girls or whatever,
I think they're
and
supposed to be twins. I'm thinking.
yeah, it's sort of like that. I can't remember if they're twins or not. I mean, one's blonde and one's brunette, but
Hmm.
you get all this. The weapons are insanely awesome. You can upgrade them throughout
Oh,
the game. You get armor. You get all these special abilities for how you can move and stuff, and like you get faster, and you can just
oh,
upgrade
that's fucking dope.
all kinds of shit. The action in that game is just insane. Like it's one of the like from in my opinion, it's one of the most fun shooters I've played. The
I'm
graphics are
a fan of
insanely
Borderlands,
good.
man.
What's that?
I'm a fan of Borderlands. So
Oh yeah, Borderlands is great too.
yeah, so I'll be like right at home if I play this as a
I
fan of
think,
Borderlands.
yeah, no, I think so. Sure. And Borderlands is more like heavier on kind of the, I guess, the RPG elements and like you know,
Oh, okay,
the
yeah.
looter shooter part of it. Like this is more Call of Duty esque, but you can upgrade your guns and like all of your gear as you go. You basically get points, and as you get more points, you can upgrade everything. But it's not linear though. That's the other thing I really like about it. It's like you have like this base of operations underground, and then you can go do all these different missions and things on the levels.
Ooh.
So you do a lot of repeat. You go back to the same places and do different things, and like just yeah, just the design of the game is awesome. I love it. But yeah, I got a lot of hate. I think some people probably thought it was woke just because you played a girl or some crap like
Oh,
that.
that's no.
I don't care
I
about
get
that.
I get the suspicion, but
Yeah,
doesn't mean it's woke because there's
no.
females in
Well, and
it.
that's the thing. Like, I didn't think it was woke at all. I mean, it's just two badass
See,
chicks killing a bunch of
yeah,
Nazis, which
that's what I'm talking
shut
about,
up and
man.
take my money. Like,
That's what I was kind of like worried about that because I'm like, oh shit, I wonder if it's gonna be woke, you
right,
know?
right. I don't remember it being that way. I have to tell you, like it's been a while since
Yeah,
I've played it. There may be some stuff in the dialogue what was like anti-male or whatever, but I really don't remember that being a big thing. I was just enjoying the gameplay. Um, and I mean the whole thing, they're trying to save their dad, so they're trying to find their father who's missing. So it's kind of like the whole thing's built around a guy in a way. Um, and they had a
yeah,
good
the original
relationship with
character.
him. It wasn't like he beat them and was this terrible father. It was no bullshit like that. Like
They wasn't belittling him or nothing like that.
no, they
Like,
they
yeah,
both they both very
I
much
want to have
love their
that.
dad. And that was obvious. And
Nice.
they're killing all these Nazis to try to save him, right, and find him. Yeah, like, um. So yeah, it's a cool game. I don't know why it got so much hate, frankly. And you can play it co-op online with a buddy, so you can play online, play the whole campaign co-op.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Wolfenstein for years, but I just never like really looked into it.
You should definitely play one. I mean, they're really really
Yeah,
fun games. If you have any interest in World War II or just shooters in general, if you like shooters, you'll definitely like Wolfenstein, I think.
yeah,
Um,
I like shooters. Yeah, for sure.
the setting is alternate history, right? It's where
Okay,
the Nazis won World War II basically, and they're in the process of taking over America. I think is the premise, sort of the back premise of it, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, like I said, since I played it, but it's like the sequel to two other games. They did Wolfenstein New Order, Wolfenstein to the New Colossus, and then Youngblood. So if you want to play them in order, I'd probably play New Order first. And in that one, you play their
okay.
dad. I'm pretty sure BJ Blazkowicz, I think is his name. Um, but yeah,
I'm looking it up now on PSC.
they're cheap, dude. You can get those games for like $5 in sales and stuff. Like I wouldn't pay more than 5 for those games now.
I see the Wolfenstein Alt History Collection. They have
That's got
in
all
here.
of
They
them.
have
Yeah,
that's got all of them.
I'm pretty
They got it
sure
on sale.
that's got all the new ones. I'm pretty sure. Like the ones I just listed, that should have
Yeah, they got
all of the ones I
well,
listed.
they got the Wolfenstein, the New Order, Wolfenstein, the Old Blood, Wolfenstein 2, the New Colossus, and the co-op
Hmm.
Wolfenstein Youngblood.
Yeah, that's all of like the ones that were on PS4.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a good collection to get. I do see it sometimes around like 20, I want to say, maybe 15, but that's about as
Yeah,
cheap
yeah,
as I've seen it.
guess how much it is now.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So
Guess-
that's not a bad deal. I mean,
No, guess how
they're
much.
definitely
No,
worth it. They're definitely worth it. They're really good games.
guess how much it is now, though.
Oh, I don't know. Is it on sale because of the
Yeah,
days of
yeah,
play
it's
or
on
whatever?
sale.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
cool. What,
it's
12?
12.
12? Yeah. Yeah, I would buy
Yeah,
that.
12.
I would definitely get that. That's definitely worth it. Because
Yeah,
the
it's
other thing is,
$12,
like,
man.
you don't need internet. You don't need PSN unless you were going to do, like, online co op,
Yeah,
right?
I don't have
So,
PSN.
yeah.
I don't have the PS Plus thing.
Yeah, so you don't, I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because, I mean, the only one you can do online co op with anyway is Youngblood. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
I
but I got
think
this single player in that too. I read that.
it is, yeah. And you got like the other sister, if you're not playing co-op, it's just AI. So you'll have her
Yeah.
like with you, like, to back you up and stuff, which is kind of cool.
Can you play? Can you play like both of the sisters?
Yeah, you can pick which sister you want to be, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
How many games? How many games is the collection? One,
I think it's
two.
four, right?
Wait, Wolfenstein the New Order. Then you got the Old Blood. Then the New Colossus. Then you got the Young. Yes, four of them.
Yeah.
Wow, four games.
For $12. I mean, that's $3 each, so it's hard to argue with.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And they're worth it, man. I mean, I haven't played a lot of the others, but I did play part of Old Blood, and I thought it was really good. I just never got around to finishing it.
Yeah,
But
I'm glad they're not silent protagonists either, man. They don't say shit.
yeah, no, they all
I'm glad they
talk.
speak.
Yeah,
Yeah, even the older games, the dude speaks, right?
I'm pretty sure. I haven't played, like I said, I haven't played New Order and Wolfenstein 2, but I'm pretty sure he speaks in those.
Yeah, 12, but hey, that's $3 a piece per game because the young blood by itself is like four, I think
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yeah, and that's worth it too, I'd say. I got Youngblood close to when it came out for like $8. I couldn't believe how quickly, like, it just plummeted in price because it got wrecked in the reviews.
Wow, it got wrecked. That I wonder what people are criticizing about it.
I
About
don't know.
like what's the
They compared it to the first two. I think that was the thing. Like they thought New Order and Wolfenstein 2 were so good or whatever. But I don't know why that was. Again, like I played Youngblood and it's great, man. Like it's just a lot of fun. If you like shooters, there's no way you wouldn't like this game. Like you'd have to be crazy
Mm.
not to like this game. And chat, like if you think I'm crazy, again, bring it. Like I will defend this game. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for. I mean, I got it in my backlog already before I even mentioned it, so I
Yeah,
was gonna get it regardless.
right. I mean, it's fun. It's kind of silly, like the girls, they have a banter back and forth because they're teenagers. They're supposed to,
Oh, I like that. I
you
like
know?
that. I like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, they're making
Yeah.
fun of Nazis and stuff, and like just it's just cool. They're just the likable kids.
yeah. Yeah, I heard they were teenagers. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're tough, right? Because their dad has killed Nazis forever, so he taught them how to shoot and fight and do all these things.
Yeah, I like the guy in Final Fantasy 15,
Hmm.
Noctis.
Yeah,
He has a dry sense of humor, which I like.
nice.
'Cause there was one part of the game. He was asked a question and he said, "Sure." No, he, no. He asked me, "Would you want?" So he said, "So would you want me to take most? Who you want me to take pictures of the most?" out of the
Mm-hmm.
group. Because one of the guys is a photographer, okay?
Oh, okay.
And I was like, and I chose to say me, you know.
Right, right.
And he was like, okay, cool. And then Nocta goes, I was just joking.
That's awesome.
Laughing.
I love it.
I was just joking, man. This
Right?
is not a
Right?
play. And Carl like, dude, you actually believe it? Yeah, yeah, you got tracked. You sounded like you was serious.
Like I love myself, but I'm not in love with myself.
Right. He's like, I'm just
It's
laugh.
like I love
And then,
myself, but I'm not a bitch.
and
Like,
then, right, and then the game says, oh, he's gonna take pictures of you the most. I was like, oh shit, he actually gonna do it.
uh, when I heard people, they bitched about Final Fantasy 15 because they're like, oh, it's just a bromance. They're just like traveling through the
Yeah, it
wilderness
is.
or whatever, and it's like it's not like the other
It
games. And
is.
it's like, yeah, of course it's not like the other games.
Yeah,
There's been 15 of them, all right? They're trying something different, all right? Give them a break.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
thank God they're trying something a
And
little different, right?
I gotta admit though, I'm not. I would love to have a girl in the party, at least one,
Right?
at
I,
least.
I, I wouldn't mind that
I
either.
mean,
There must be a
it
girl that
is.
gets in the party eventually, right? In the game.
I don't know. I don't know. But it's from what I'm going through is just bromance, which is fine. I get the new direction, but I'm like, gotta admit, I'm not too happy about it. But it is what it is, man. It's not gonna like deter me from playing it
Well, the game is
because I do
beautiful, man.
like
Like what I've seen of the game,
yeah,
it's just gorgeous. Like the
yeah, it's
graphics.
really nice. Yeah,
So 16. I know people were complaining about 16 as well, but it looks beautiful too. Just a different style.
yeah, the medieval style. I mean, I told you, 16 doesn't even look like a Final Fantasy game.
No, it looks like a Western RPG, but that's,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm saying it. I'm saying it in an off-putting way, like I'm turned off
mm,
by it.
hmm
You know, I'm
But
not. That's not a compliment.
let me ask you this though: if it had any name besides Final Fantasy, and you saw that gameplay and those graphics, don't you think, like, would you not want to play that?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
If it just wasn't called Final Fantasy, right?
It should have been called Final Fantasy. I saw the cutscenes and I was like, "This ain't no Final Fantasy." People
Uh,
can argue, well, in Final Fantasy 12, they did the medieval thing there. I'm like, yeah, but 12 looked like a Final Fantasy game though.
right.
That'll be my counter.
It's true.
I'm
It did.
like, come on, don't give me that, man. 12 still
Right.
looked like a Final Fantasy. We definitely had the kings and queens and the medieval shit. Yeah, they did that. And in fact, a lot of early Final Fantasy games were like that.
Right.
Wasn't the first Final Fantasy game based in like a medieval type of setting? That
Oh
was
yeah.
12 wasn't the first time they did that.
No, no, no. The first, dude, like the first five.
Yeah, the first one. Well, did it have like a knight and shit?
No, like the first five games, I'm pretty sure were all medieval settings. I think wasn't
Yeah,
six the
like what I'm
first
saying.
sci-fi one, or
Yeah,
I believe, and then seven, of course, and eight and nine went back to medieval, and then 10 was sort of sci-fi again. So they go back and forth. That's why, like, to me, that's a silly argument to say, like, oh, it's not a Final Fantasy game because it's this setting or that setting. It's like, no, they've had all kinds of weird settings and that are both medieval and sci-fi.
yeah. So it's like I said, 12 wasn't the first time they went back to that shit. So, but
Hmm.
I'm just saying, like 16 does not look at it. It looks like a whole different game. They did the same thing with Assassin's Creed. Said the same fucking thing
Hmm.
after Origin.
I know
I was like,
people are
man,
mad about that too.
you know,
I think I'm lucky because I didn't play any of the older Assassin's Creed games. I just
I
missed
was
them.
gonna tell you. I was gonna tell you why you like it. I was going to tell you
Yep.
that.
Right. That's it. That's
I mean,
I know.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you wouldn't have liked it if you played the previous ones. I'm pretty sure some people who played, let's say, which one we gonna pick on? Uh,
Odyssey or
Odyssey. Yeah,
yeah.
let's take Odyssey for example. I'm pretty sure that everybody who's played Odyssey, like everybody who's played Odyssey, played the previous games. You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
some of them that play the previous game, they play Odyssey too. You know
Sure.
what I'm saying?
Well, and
But
then
I'm just saying that I think you probably would have hated if you grew up playing if you like was playing it from the get go, like
right.
probably.
No, no, I
You know,
probably would
but
have because I know that it was totally different characters and the story they were building and stuff. Like I'm familiar with how it, they've altered course or whatever. But it's like as a casual game, like fan of the series,
yeah,
like
I
not
was
being
thinking
a big
like
fan before, I like when I put Odyssey into my PS4, it was just like, "Oh my God, this game is beautiful." Like
yeah,
the setting and the
yeah.
characters and the gameplay, like I loved all of it, because I didn't have any attachment to the series before that.
Yeah, I don't. At least I try. Being a comedian is not fucking easy. I don't. My goal is to not to make fun of people that like things I don't like. That's
Right.
my goal anyway. I mean,
Sure.
sometimes I may delve into it a little bit because I'm a comedian. That's the comedian side of me coming out.
Well, it's gonna
But
happen,
but
man. I'm not gonna
overall,
be offended. You could
yeah,
absolutely make fun of me. It's not a
but,
big deal.
yeah, but no, but overall, I'm like I'm attacking the game itself in the
Hmm.
direction of the series that it took
Right.
itself. As a
Sure.
person who played this as free since the first game, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm. No, I
So
got you.
I mean, I'm like if I make fun of people that like Odyssey, it'd be like this. It'd be like, oh man, this game is awesome. Look at all this open world, man. Oh shit. I would do stuff like that. On you for
Right.
for playing and loving this game and having a good time. No, hell no.
Right. Well, that's what Vince and I were talking about that on one of his streams. The gatekeeping that happens in fandoms, right? And with things like gaming is no exception, right? There'll be people who are like, "Oh, well, you're not a real collector if you do this or if you do that, or you're not a real gamer if you like this series or if you don't like this series or whatever."
Oh,
Like,
that's fucking no,
and it's
man.
like it's so stupid.
No.
It's like no, people just like what they like, and that's okay. Like what's the big deal? Like look at us. We're having a harmonious, reasonably harmonious conversation. I know you're a fan of the Star Wars prequels. I think that is fucking dumb. But, we can still
Yeah,
talk.
yeah. Give it to me. Give it to me. I believe. I'm a
We can still
bleeder.
be friends, just like Schwarzenegger and Carl Weathers in Predator.
Exactly. I mean, I love the prequels. You fucking despise it. I think that's fucking dope.
Right?
That we're still individuals. You know what I'm saying?
Right? We can both like Star Wars in our own way. And you know what brings us together? A mutual hatred of Disney.
Yeah. We both like the original trilogy too, the OT.
Right. So, we
Right? We
we
like
can we
that,
can
so
bond over that, right? And just,
yeah.
make fun of Disney Star Wars properties together.
I'm gonna say this though, because I only told you this pretty much. It was the prequels that got me into Star Wars in the first place. I didn't really care about it before I saw the prequels.
Right? Yeah, you told me that and it
You
blew
know,
my
yeah,
mind.
they got me. Yeah, they got me. Yeah, they got me into the whole entire thing.
Yeah, that's incredible. But I'm happy for you. I'm glad you got into it. And to be fair, I did like the first one when I was a kid. I thought it was pretty cool with the pod racing and all that because it came
Oh, the
out
Phantom
when I
Menace.
was when I was pretty young.
Phantom Menace
But
is like my least favorite one though.
what's that?
The Phantom Menace is the one that gets the most out of the three prequels. trilogy. I mean,
Right.
the favorite is Episode 3, of course,
Yeah, and
but
I
the
can
Phantom
I
Menace
can
gets
watch
most of the hate.
three. I can watch three like with the like if I shut off the dialogue and just listen to the music. Like if I just play John Williams music while I'm watching three, like I can enjoy that.
Hey man, sand gets everywhere. That's why he hates sand. It gets everywhere. No, that's what he said. No, that's what he said. No, he didn't say that in 3. He said that in 2.
Yeah,
That's,
right. That
I
was
can
pretty
see why
funny.
people roll their eyes with that shit. I can see why.
Right. That
Like he's
yeah.
such a fucking baby.
Hmm.
I mean, we could both agree that Anakin's a whiny bitch, man. We both agree about that.
100%
I mean, of course,
in the prequel trilogy. I will say he's
pretty.
kind of
Yeah,
whiny in the Clone Wars TV series, but he's really just a badass. Like that's what, the other thing I love about the Clone Wars, because I feel like it's where you actually see why Anakin Skywalker was the legend that he was. Like
yeah.
you don't really get that, in my opinion, in the prequel trilogy. But if you watch the
Oh,
Star
okay.
Wars, if you watch the Clone Wars TV series, it's like, okay, this is why everybody in the galaxy knew Anakin Skywalker. Like, you know,
Oh, guess what?
what?
I bought the Wolfenstein collection.
Oh, nice. Are they forcing you to buy a bunch of DLC that they had formerly said was included but was not in fact included?
I'm assuming it is.
All right, I'm making fun of the fact that how many packs do we have to buy of Final Fantasy 15 like to get the expansion
Oh
packs? It
God!
was,
Don't even be starting that
oh my
story.
god, it was ridiculous.
I mean, where to begin? Well, we might as well fucking talk about this. Fucking tripped
Right?
out. Sony's the ass, man. On this
Let,
because
let's start out by saying, just in general, DLC is bullshit. All right, as a concept, is bullshit. All right, continue, Chrome.
like the Final Fantasy Royal Pack, we were supposed to get because it's 4 episodes, 4 expansion episodes
Yep,
based off the 3 party members besides Noctis, which is the protagonist.
yep,
Then you have the fourth one based off the bad guy. Okay,
yep.
uh, that's supposed to come with the Royal Edition, which I ended up getting, and Wubs
And
ended
I
up
did too.
getting
Yep, yep.
because we thinking we're gonna get the 4 episode. I mean, the 3 episode. We just can buy the fourth one,
Right.
because the fourth one came after,
And that was
and the
on there
fourth one was
too, and we were gonna buy that
right,
separate because that was also listed.
right, right. So come to find out, those expansion packs was not included. And I'm looking. I downloaded. I reinstalled the fucking game on my disk. I mean, on the hard drive.
Yep,
Waited. Right. Then I was like, "Whoops, I'm not finding it." You
yep.
know. And he was like, "What do you mean?" I said, I, "I'm not. I don't think. I don't think I got it." But I wasn't going to be sure until I boot up the game and went to the main menu and see if I had it.
And I was
All
waiting,
I saw,
right,
yep. All I saw was the Arden. I think his name was Arden, the one that wasn't included because he came after.
right.
I just saw him. I said, "Wait a minute, where the other 3 at?" You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, I knew how to get it, but I thought it was included with the goddamn Royal add-on. So I ended up buying the 3. You just when you thought my shit was over, this woes of mine was over with this fucking game, right?
Right.
Um,
We thought we finally
I'm
had the pack, right? We thought that Royal
right.
was like the full package, and the only thing we were going to have to buy was that one other episode
Yep.
expansion that came out after
Yep.
Royal. And then come to find out that they listed that on the Royal page, but it wasn't included with the package. And we had to get it
Right.
separately as another
Yep.
pack. Another, like, cost us twice as much to do it.
Yep. So after I bought the 3 um expansions, the episodes, right?
Yep.
I went to my PlayStation dashboard. I'm like, where the fuck is it at? I don't see it being downloaded. I'm searching in purchases, couldn't find it. I was like, I just fucking bought 3. What the fuck? I'm tripping. And Wolves didn't even buy. I don't think you bought them yet, right? At that
No,
time.
I was waiting because at first I think
Yeah,
no. What happened was you got it, and I'm pretty
yeah.
sure you were in the process of downloading it. Everything was fine as far as I knew, and then
I couldn't
I
find it.
bought it though. I bought the Royal Pack towards the
Yeah,
end of you like downloading what was there before you could tell me that it didn't include the episodes. And then I was like, oh damn, when we, because I looked at the page
Yeah.
myself when you said it, and I was like, it says right here that it's got the, or like the, it lists the episodes or whatever on the page, and then come to find out it didn't actually include them, and we had to buy them separately.
Yeah, so I ended up getting them, but I couldn't find them on my purchase. Which
Right.
normally, if you download, so you could find it under the purchase. I think I bought them off the off the app. I think.
Yep.
No, no, I didn't. I bought it off the console, but I couldn't
Oh,
find
okay.
it in my purchase. So I went to the app and tried to find it, and I still couldn't. And I was like, "Where is it at?"
Yep.
It's like I bought it and my money got stolen from me. So I'm panicking at this moment. What the fuck, Sony?
Right.
I think that was like $2 a piece. That's like $6 out of my pocket.
Yep.
So come to find out, I don't know if it was a internet issue or a PSN issue at the time, but I ended up finding no, this is what I had to do. I had to go to the app. I don't know what I would have to do if I had an app installed. I had to go to the PlayStation app, find it, type it in, like type in Final Fantasy 15, and then go to add-ons. Then you scroll down to add-ons while you're on the app, and you will find it. Instead of it saying the price, it would say free. I was like, what? So
Yeah.
all I had to do was have it download to my console, and then finally I saw it in the purchase section in the console.
Right.
I was like, why I gotta jump through all these hoops for?
The interface was terrible because I had the same issue.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
I couldn't find it after I bought it. And it took Vince searching the store to find a link, I'm pretty sure, and sent me the link. And finally, once I
Yeah.
loaded that link, it was like, okay, it says purchased, and with an install button or whatever. But it was like, I couldn't find it even searching the store myself. It was like, I couldn't believe how cumbersome the setup is for the interface for this. Like, it was terrible, which is something I've mentioned before to people, particularly PlayStation fanboys and stuff. And I love the PlayStation. Don't get me wrong. I love Sony for certain things, not so much for others like this. The interface design for the PlayStation is stupid. It just it's
It is.
ridiculous. It's so
It is.
overcomplicated. No one knows what the fuck to do on the PS5. Like the interface design is ridiculously terrible. And
On the
I
PS5?
actually
Wow.
I have a computer science background. Like I am a tech person, and I am telling you that interface is ass. Like,
I
like
only saw it by sight. I ain't actually, I have a PS5, so that's pretty fucked up.
right. No, the PS5 interface is like a mess compared to the 4 and the 3, right? They're actually reasonable.
Ooh.
You can actually navigate. It's very clear what to do. With this, it's like they split everything in half. Like some things are on the top heads up display, and some things you got to click
Uh-huh.
another button to get to in another area. And it's like you never know where the fuck you're supposed to go to do stuff because it's just all over the place. And I hate that. It's totally unnecessary. And I personally think it's just Sony trying to overcomplicate their interfaces to look cool, compared to Microsoft, who's kept the same interface basically since the 360 because it works and it's very easy to use and intuitive. And so like that's the thing. I would People are always like, oh, PlayStation's the best at everything. I'm like, not at interfaces, not anymore. Like,
Mm.
give me an Xbox any day if we're dealing with like modern hardware with the interfaces. Like, it is so much easier to use than a PlayStation 5. Now, the PlayStation 5 is an awesome piece of hardware. It can do all kinds of cool stuff. I'll give you that. But it's gonna be way harder to figure out how to do anything than it is on the Xbox. The Xbox also has smart delivery, which is something I really enjoy as a Series S user, not X. So when I get game downloads and updates, it just gets the texture packs that my console can actually use, right? I don't like if it's a game that's like, 20 gigs and there's texture pack enhancements for the Series X, it's not going to download those to my system. I don't have to waste space on it. because it's so smart. It
Mm-hmm.
knows like, okay, Wubs account is a Series S account, so we're just gonna deliver Series S content. I'll get those texture pack enhancements over like Xbox One, but I won't get the X enhancements that I can't use anyway. That would just waste space. So, that is so cool. Versus with Sony, it's like you have to download the PS4 version of the game and then tell it to download the PS5 version of the game. And it's like, bitch, I'm playing on a PS5. Like, just get the PS5 version. Like, give me the thing for the. Like, why the fuck would I play a PS4 version of a game on the PS5 if there's a PS5 enhancement for it? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I know some of them, they charge for their enhancements. That's the other thing that's a little fucked up that Sony does. Microsoft doesn't do that shit. If you have the game, you're just going to get to play whatever version for whatever hardware you're running on is supported. You're not going to have to pay $10 extra to play their version of it, for the X or whatever. Okay. That's
Mm-hmm.
my rant on Sony's interfaces and dumb upgrade system.
Yeah, it's basically a PlayStation 4 Plus. That's what the PS5 is. It's still that too.
Yeah,
I mean, yes, it's
it is
better
that.
now than it was at launch though, but you got the Tekken 8, you got Stellar Blade,
Right.
got
I do
the,
want to play
the,
Stellar
the
Blade.
you got that fucking soulless ass Mortal Kombat 1 game on there.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I heard so much about that. It's like, I mean, I'd check it out, but I think it's got like 100 gig install too. Like, it's ridiculously huge.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's
Oh,
like,
that's fucking crazy.
if you're gonna have 100 gig install size, you better be a damn good game. Like, to justify the time and space that you take up.
Dude, the largest space game that I own
Yeah.
is Borderlands 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty big install, right? What is that, like 60, 70?
No, it's like 123 gigs,
Oh my
man.
god, it's up to 123. I haven't played it in a while, can you tell?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you. Hold on, I'm gonna go to my hard drive and tell you exactly. I think it's 100. Well, that's with the even without the DLC packs installed. That's it's still a lot of space.
Wow. Yeah,
Even without them.
that is so inefficient in my opinion because it's like that
Yeah,
that game
I
is
was like,
not.
"Ooh,
It's not like that game is like that incredible, you know. Either. I
I
mean,
love it.
no, no, it's a
You
great.
said it's
I
gonna
mean,
be
it's
a
a
damn
great
good
game. I
game.
just mean in terms of the visuals or
Yeah,
whatever. It's not like it's
man.
that much more amazing than two, to justify. I
Yeah,
mean,
that was my favorite one.
Borderlands 2 is like a what? It's not even a 40 gig install probably. Like
Yes.
there's no
I
reason Borderlands 3 should be like 3 times the size of 2.
I actually thought I wasn't gonna like it Borderlands 3 as much as I ended up liking it. So it exceeded
Really?
my expectations.
I like 3 a
Yeah.
lot, like what I played of it. I don't really like the antagonists. I think they're pretty annoying, but I mean, I think that's part of it, right? It's like
Oh,
I'm interested in killing them because they're so fucking annoying. So,
yeah.
it's like it
Shut
kind
that
of
bitch up.
it kind of works, right? Like that's a
Yeah, it's a total of 126 gigabytes.
Yeah,
I mean
that's
that.
huge, man. I played it on the Xbox One, and it struggled, man. Like just to load it, that thing literally would take 10 minutes to load. It was
Oh,
crazy.
it does take a while. Yeah, loading times is a. Oh my god.
Yeah. How is it on the Pro? You're playing it on the PS4 Pro, right?
I don't know if I even played it on the pro yet.
It'd be interesting
I
because I'll
can't,
bet it loads it,
I can't say
faster.
if I don't think I did though. I don't think I played on the pro yet.
Yeah, you should try it and see how the load time compares. I'll bet it's better.
It should be a little bit faster.
That's
It
the one
should be.
advantage of the PS5, man. Like the load times are basically instant. Like they're really quick with the newer hard drive tech.
Yeah,
What?
some games they actually offer a patch to make loading times faster, such as that Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. That's the one I'm thinking of now that has a
Right.
patch the same way to make the loading times faster and shit.
Sure.
I think like, how come most games don't have that shit, man?
I don't know, man. I
It's
would
like, what the fuck?
definitely. I think it's worth having, right? Like for a lot of games, they would. God, remember the PS1 games? They take forever to load,
Oh, we're gonna play PS1 games in a minute, man. So
right? Yeah, me neither. It's been a long time.
I'm gonna tell you what used to piss me off the loading time. I mean, this is when I first started getting annoyed with it was the Last of Us one.
Hmm. It took
And
had some long
yeah,
load
it's like,
times.
holy shit. Come on already, you know?
Hmm.
I
Is it better on the remaster for four? Or
I ain't play it.
okay.
That would be improvement if that would be improvement if it is.
Yeah, because I mean, we got the HD remaster, and the PS5 got the remake for the part one. But
They remastered part one twice, man.
yeah, I've got the PS4 remaster of part one, but I haven't played. I mean, it's unopened. I haven't even opened it. Um, but yeah,
You got it unopened.
yeah, yeah, I got it and part two. They're both unopened.
Wow.
Yeah,
Part two is still part two is stay sealed in my book.
yeah, I probably will keep it sealed just because I'll probably be able to sell it at some point, and
Yeah, somebody will buy it.
somebody will want it, and I'll be able to get something better,
They're gonna buy it. They just want to see Abby get fucked on there,
right?
doggy style, bare and shit.
Yeah, they'll probably be into that, but I don't care about porn in games, particularly if it's ugly girls.
Yeah, yeah, she was hot. I'll be like, damn it, Jack, and I'm like, yeah, come on, get that, get
So you
that.
you liked God of War 3 then, huh?
Yeah, I love this. Kratos got him some pussy.
Right? And Red Dead Redemption down
Yeah.
south of the border.
Yeah, you gotta get Mirror 2, man. It's only $10 regular price. I don't know if it's on sale now or not.
Yeah,
I can't they won't tell me because I already fucking bought it, but I can find it on Google though.
yeah, send it to me. I'll check it out. I think I looked at Mirror 1 actually on Steam, and it was like
Hmm.
$2. So I was gonna at least get that one just to check out the series.
On Steam it's $2.
Yeah, that's what I'll get then.
Yeah. Yeah, you said you were gonna get on Steam before.
Yeah, yeah, it's in my cart. I haven't like I've been
Yeah, it's two
you know how it
dollars
is,
now.
like I keep adding stuff.
Yeah, I get the if I had Steam, I get the Project X instead.
Project
I
SX?
wouldn't get no X. It's called Project X.
Is that another mirror game or something else?
No, it's the same game.
Oh, okay.
It's the same game.
Dude, this South Park game totally bombed. Snow Day? Have you heard about this?
Oh, it did.
It's $15 on Woot. It just came out like a few months ago. It's crazy. I kind of want to get it. I love the South Park RPGs, the Stick of Truth. Did you play that one?
Hmm.
Did you play the South Park Stick of Truth RPG? It was awesome.
No, I only like South Park.
You don't like
Not
South
even,
Park?
not even, not even in games. No,
Oh wow. Okay.
my
Th-
sister likes it.
That is amazing. I can't believe you don't like South Park. All right. All right. Let me load Steam here. I'll look at my cart.
I saw something interesting about Project X.
What was
They
that?
talking about this. They talking about this is the
Oh, okay.
early access game.
Yeah.
It came out in 2022. What the? How's it still early access? And
Well, they're probably still patching how broken it was when they released it in 2022.
yeah, this part kind of made me laugh. It said this early access game is not complete and may or may not change further. If you are not excited to play this,
Uh,
game in its current state, then you should wait to see if the game progresses further in development.
uh, okay.
I'm like, what are they talking? Is it half done, or is it buggy as fuck?
I don't know, man. Sounds questionable though.
But it's supposed to take 16 to 24 months. But this is wait a minute. It should be complete now. Oh, I hope you have the full version because it says one question was how is the full version planned to differ from the early access version? It says you can experience the six full chapters of the game. I hope that when you buy this, you
Huh.
got all six chapters.
Well, I haven't bought it yet because I got
What?
Mirror. You said it's Mirror Project X. Is that right?
Yeah, Mirror Two.
Oh, this is Mirror 2.
It's
Okay,
Mirror
hang
Two.
on.
I'm reading Mirror Two.
Let
Yeah,
me add
Mirror
Mirror
Two.
2 then. Okay. Mirror 2 Project X. $2. It's
Yeah, I
$2,
hope
right?
it is. I hope they. Yeah, yeah. I hope that when you buy it, it's the full game. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Um, boy, it's got mostly negative reviews. It must not be very stable.
How old are the reviews?
This one's from April. It says the most real advice is that Mirror peaked at the original game's DLC. If you have if you could have kept the same writers and animators and just added more DLC to base game, you would have had another slam dunk.
No, I
Unfortunately.
heard they was mad because the not safe for work shit was toned down. That's what I heard they
Is
was
that all
mad
it
for.
is? I mean, I don't care about that if it's a
Yeah,
good
that's what I
game.
heard.
If it's a good game, I'll
That's what
play it
I'm
anyway.
saying. I was like, it's still fucking eye candy galore, man. I'm telling you, you still got all that bouncy jiggle physics, all that shit is in there.
Hmm, nice.
Yeah, I just hope that when you buy it off Steam, it's a full fucking game.
Looks like there's a lot of
I was
costumes
like,
that
holy shit.
and like accessories. What is this? Cosplay soundtrack.
Yeah, there's a mode on there. It's called Home, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And you like pretty much wandering around on this desert island, and you could change. It's a lot of costumes, and then you could change them into swimsuits.
Oh, okay.
And you could play the different characters in the game, the different women,
So it's kind of like
change their swimsuits and shit.
Senran Kagura, Beach
Yeah,
Beach
on that part.
Splash.
Yeah,
Peach Beach Splashy.
yeah. But you know when I was playing, oh, I gotta tell you this. When I was first playing, I was fucking dying, laughing.
Right.
What the female announcer goes, "Oh shit, man!" I was fucking dying when I first heard that. Because
That's
first I was like, "Did she say what I think she said?" Then I kept playing. She goes, "Oh shit!" I said,
right.
"Oh she is." And then a dude, he says, "Oh shit."
Right. He's hilarious. I love the guy. He's so funny. Yeah, that was great.
Oh, I was like, "What the fuck?" They actually did say, "Oh shit." But the female, it's so funny when she says it, man. I'm telling you, it's like, what the
Right.
fuck? Shit.
I gotta beat that. I gotta go back to that
The Sarah
game.
congregators is so much fun.
Right. I gotta go back and actually beat that game at some point.
I haven't even beat it yet either. I'm busy playing like the extra modes, man.
Mm-hmm.
Barely touching the story mode.
Yeah, I get lost in the locker
I
room
spend most of my
sometimes.
time playing that. Yeah. Like, God damn, these women are beautiful.
And they're all obviously fake, but I don't care.
That's what makes it good, they fake.
Right?
No nagging, no where you been, how come you was out so late and all that shit.
Just hell, hi, here are my titties.
It's fucking hilarious that some dumbass women are actually upset over sex dolls. I was like, really?
That's hilarious.
They can't get with your ass. That's why they going for a sex doll.
Well, I mean, they feel threatened, right? Because it's like, what
Yeah,
are
I don't see how.
what all these guys aren't gonna chase after me now? Like, oh God, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, I wouldn't give a shit if the roles were reverse. I'd be like, yeah, let them have fun with male sex dolls. Shit.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care.
They're gonna want a real dick later on anyway.
Eh, I
No,
don't
I
know.
mean like these. I mean, these
I don't
sex dolls.
know. I'm not sure they want a real dick at all. That's the real thing, right? It's like I don't know. They might, which is fine, right? Like I don't want to deal with them if they don't. But they sure
Man,
most of them
fucking
act
them.
like they don't. That's
Shit.
for sure.
I got my dildo. I don't need no dick. You
I
know.
mean, isn't that kind of what a cuck is? Like sort of like just a dildo, like a small dildo.
Yeah.
Like that
No, a cuck is a man who allows his wife to get fucked by the man.
that's what I mean. He's kind of like a small dildo, right? Like that's
Yeah.
in practice. He's the small dildo she leaves on the shelf and doesn't use at all. That's
Yeah.
what a cuck
She just
is.
practiced on him for the. She just practiced on him with his guys on the way down. I'm on my way. I'm like 10 minutes away. Okay.
Oh
I
man.
mean, people are amazing. I like. I couldn't be in a relationship like that. There's some chicks that there was.
Ah,
This is dude named DFW Knight.
yeah.
Okay, and what he does, he fucks different wives and shit.
Mm,
Okay,
mm-hmm.
he been doing it for years. What happened was sometimes. Well, I don't know how they contact him, but they're like fans of his, basically now. At least at this point,
Okay.
they will email him or something like that. They'll say like, okay, they'll make an arrangement when he's gonna get there to fuck her. And, and guess who's the director of photography is? The husband. Okay,
Ah,
he's got to film the shit as he's banging his wife.
right. I
And
mean, they say some guys are into
check
that.
this out.
What's that?
Yeah, but sometimes no, check this out. Sometimes the mother after he done busting a good ass load in her, right?
Yeah.
The dude get mad. I'm
Really?
like, why the fuck are you getting mad for?
Right?
Didn't you agree that your wife should get fucked by this guy in the first place? And, this supposed to really trip you out. This is some years back. I used to watch the Playboy channel on cable.
Mm,
Um, this was like 2008, 2009 at the time. Anyways, it was
right.
this dude who had a program on there. He wanted his inspiration was to be a porn star, not a
Mm-hmm.
porn star, to make porn.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Yeah, yeah. I
It
gotcha.
was like on a reality show type of shit. Because first he's a delivery guy. You know,
Right.
he wants to be able to. He wants to get in the porn industry, not to perform, but to actually produce it and all that shit. Okay, fair enough. This man got a girlfriend. All right, I think you know
Mm-hmm.
where this is going.
Yeah, I think I
This
do.
fucker, this fucker agreed to have his girlfriend perform with one of his friends as he films it.
Okay.
He was cool with it at first. He's like, okay, go and do your thing, baby. And she was like, well, you're not gonna be bothered. He said, no, I'm good. This ain't no keep it in mind, this ain't no fucking movie, this is a reality show.
Right.
Okay? Which is supposed to be unscripted. So he's like, nah, it's good. I'm not worried about it. At the end of the day, you gonna sleep with me anyway,
Right,
So
right.
okay, cool. Cause she wasn't even sure about it. He was pushing her to do it. Now, as she was fucking him, right?
Yeah.
This motherfucker got mad. He stopped he pushed the stop on the recording and just left.
Oh my god.
And dude was like, wait a minute, I know he ain't pissed. She
Right.
was like, yep. I was like, motherfucker. She was asking you, are you gonna be okay with her fucking another guy in front of you? You said yes. Then
Mm.
when it's happening, you got mad about it. This offense probably gonna
I
be
have
like
no
that. I know.
sympathy. I have zero sympathy.
I know.
I just think that's hilarious.
Yes, man. Y'all, you can't be getting jealous like that, man. I thought, isn't she doing a job? Fucking.
Right?
And he was saying, it's starting to come back. It's been years since I saw it. He was like, man, you was really enjoying that shit too. Of course she was.
right? Well, you
Why wouldn't
like,
she? Why wouldn't she be enjoying it?
right? The
You know.
guy like wanted to be a pimp, but obviously didn't do it right.
Yeah, but he filmed other scenes. But prior to that moment, he filmed other people doing it. You know what I'm saying? Didn't get
Hmm.
mad because it wasn't his girlfriend. When his
Right.
girlfriend did it, when he.
Right. Well, that's the thing, right? It's like so dumb. Like, why would you, if you got other women you're filming, like, why do you care? Why do you need your girlfriend to do it? Like, what do you have to prove? Something he
Yeah,
couldn't prove,
I can't remember.
obviously.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was her idea. Yeah, I think it was his idea
Mm.
to have
It
her
doesn't
do it.
matter.
But
He
she was.
agreed to do it. Like
Yeah,
that's
I remember. I remember she was asked. She was making sure that he was going to be okay about it. I
right.
remember that,
Yeah.
and he was like, "Yeah, everything is fine. It's cool. It's cool."
Well, I think if the woman asks in that situation, it's like the guy can't win, right? It's basically over. Like if she even asks to do that shit, because if he says no, she's just gonna call him controlling and
Hmm.
have a problem with it and be a bitch. And if he says yes, she's just gonna view him as a cuck at that point. Like that's it.
You
Like
can't win. Man. You
he's
can't
like
win.
right, you can't win, right? So all you can do in that situation is make a few dollars, man. I mean, that's do the filming, do the thing. She's not your girlfriend anymore. She doesn't know that yet, but that's okay. Just make that money and get another girlfriend. Because that shit is over, whether you want it to be or not. It's over.
Oh, let me ask you. Which is the Because there's four Wolfenstein games.
Yeah.
Which is the first one?
New Order. Play New Order first. Old Blood
That
might
was the
be
first.
a flashback, be like before that or take place before it, but it came out after New Order. I'm pretty sure. So play New Order first.
Okay, so New Order. So New Order is not chronologically first. It's just the first one that came out.
As far as I know, yeah, I'm not sure about chronological. I'm pretty sure New Order and New Colossus at least take place before Youngblood. So
So Youngblood, yeah, Youngblood seems that was it's the prequel. It was when he was young.
no, no, no. Youngblood is the daughters. It's his daughters.
Oh, that's right. So
Yeah.
which one's the prequel? Wolfenstein 2?
I
New Blood,
believe I think Old Blood
New
might.
Colossus.
Let me just look real quick. When does Old Blood take place? Because that's the only one I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I'm not trying to play them in chronological. I'm trying to play the order that the games came out.
Okay, yeah. If you want to do it in the order they came out, you're gonna play New Order first. Uh, let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so Old Blood takes place in an alternate history 1946, just prior to the prologue of Wolfenstein New Order. So it's like a like sort of related alternate version of it, kind of. But
You
New
talking about
Order,
Colossus?
no, yeah,
Oh, the
no,
new.
New Order came out first, yeah. All right, let me just find out the release schedule here. I'll let you know. Wolfenstein game release order.
Okay. There we go.
Just check this here. Okay, yeah, so we got New Order in 2014, Old Blood in 2015, New Colossus, Wolfenstein 2 in 2017, then Youngblood in 2019.
So it's New Order,
Yep. Old Blood.
then it's Colossus,
No, it's New Order, then Old Blood,
Old Blood,
then New
then
Colossus, then Youngblood.
oh, it's in order. It's in order on my purchase date.
Oh, well there you go. They planned that.
Yeah, so yeah, the games are actually in order. That's nice. Thank you. Okay, Sony.
There you go. Score one for Sony on the interface.
Yeah, go one for Sony. Yeah,
But it's
they
not
got them in
really
order that they came
it's
out.
not really Sony though. It's really id Software probably whoever made it.
So
Or
according to chronological history, it's what?
Chronologically, let's see.
Logical.
Wolfenstein games chronological order. Hang on. An IGN article about it. Okay, Machine Games. This is the Machine Games series. Okay, so chronological is Old Blood, and then New Order, then New
Okay.
Colossus, and then
Then Young Blood.
Young Blood. Yeah,
So Old Blood is the prequel then when he was young. Okay, the
yeah.
first one.
Or well, it takes place a few
Um,
months before New Order, apparently.
oh, I thought it took away some years before it.
Nah, according to
That's
this, it
what I'm
says
thinking.
it just
Few
says it
months.
takes. Yeah, according to this, it just says it takes place a few months before it. Here, I'll send you the article. Check it out. There's a lot of details in this, and it talks about the other Wolfenstein games too. So if you like them, maybe check those out as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it in the order the games came out. So it's gonna be New Blood first. I mean New
Yeah,
Order first.
sure.
The art kind of looks like Red Dead Redemption
It does
in
kind
a
of.
way. It kind
Hmm.
of reminds me of the art.
Well, it came out in 2014, the first one, so Red Dead would have been
Oh,
popular then.
well, only one person on my friends list has this game. Only one person. What the
Really?
fuck?
Wow. I
As,
have
as
them.
far as as far as the first Wolfenstein is concerned,
Right? I don't
only
have
one
them.
person.
I don't have them on PlayStation, but I've got most of them on Steam, and I've got Youngblood on Xbox.
Oh, okay.
I'm a slut for digital though, so it's like wherever I can get stuff the
Me
cheapest, like
too.
that's where I buy it, you know?
That's why I'm getting these digital games, man. They're cheap as fuck. I,
Right?
I, I, I was gonna get the Wolfenstein games. I said, if I saw that fucking sale, I'm like, man, I get 4 games for $12,
Yeah. No,
13 at that.
that's really good. I mean, these are really good games too, so that's definitely worth $12. I'll be curious to hear how you like it, man. I think you're gonna like the series though if you like shooters. I love the Wolfenstein
Yeah, I'm a
games.
stream. I'm gonna stream it tomorrow.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
a stream it. I'm gonna stream it tomorrow. I don't know when
Nice.
though.
I'll try to catch it.
Yeah, you can see my initial reactions and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be cool.
Oh, there's not enough space. Oh, what to do?
That's what she said.
It's too big. The game, no, yeah, the game file is too big. No, it's too big. What to do? What
Uh,
to do?
I kind of want to give this game a shot
Oh,
again. L.A. Noir. Did you ever play that one?
mm-hmm. PS3. I never played the re-release
Yeah,
for the PS4.
it's on digital. Like I can get it on Steam for like $6. Looks like I'm kind of.
It's like Steam got PlayStation beat with sales, man.
Yeah, I'd say they do. I mean, and I
Yeah,
buy like.
I'm noticing that.
Well,
I'm noticing that shit.
the thing is, like, there's all these resellers, right? So you can buy from other sites. Like, you can get keys on other sites, and they typically are cheaper. So, like, right now, I'm looking at a reseller site where I could get, a key for it for less than $6. So that's pretty good.
Oh, cool. Well, for those who are still listening, appreciate you.
Right? You're the real ones,
Because this is just the beginning. This is
right?
just the fucking beginning. We got a lot more to come.
No one's gonna be able to tell either because this was so well thought out and executed, right? Like
Yeah.
that no one would even notice this was episode one, right?
Right. And then we had no notes or nothing. We just started running our fucking mouths.
Dude, this has
But
got
the
the
first time I didn't expect,
this has got the DLC
huh?
bundle with the LA Noir as well. Like it's just I guess
Mm.
the complete PC edition or whatever.
Yeah, I liked LA Noir. I'm happy to say I did beat it
Oh,
at
nice.
least once.
That's pretty cool. Sorry, what
Man,
were you
that
saying?
technology was ahead of its time. That
Yeah,
technology was ahead of its time. LA Noir, though.
I
I
know
was
it looks
like,
so
wow.
good when it came out. Like,
Like, I was like, how come more games didn't come out like that, man, with that technology? What the fuck?
my
That was like a
girlfriend,
new.
my girlfriend at the time bought me that game for my birthday. Like it just come out, and she bought. I'm convinced she got it for me because Mad Men was on at the same time, and she was getting all like hot and bothered from like Don Draper and all that, like that old, like the old suits that they wore and stuff. She wanted to see more of that stuff, so she bought me L.A. Noir.
Oh my goodness.
I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, I need 28 gigs. Okay, 28 gigs of space. Okie dokie. Man, it's gonna take me. I don't think I'm ever gonna delete Borderlands off my hard drive. It takes up so much. It's a game that takes the most space on my hard drive.
You know what's funny about that? Like I kept Borderlands 2 installed forever and I kept getting the DLC packs when they were cheap and
Yeah,
like just expanding it and I kept it on my hard drive forever even when I wasn't playing it because
yeah,
I
yeah,
just loved it
yeah.
so much and I wanted to be able to play it whenever I wanted to.
Right, right.
I mean for like a decade after it came out. Like
It's just because it's the largest. It takes up the most space of all my games. I just keep it on there.
right.
Borderlands 3. Because some games, if you reinstall the game, the DLC, you don't have to reinstall the DLC. But other games, you do. It depends. Like, I don't
Right.
know. That's what I don't get. It's like, what the fuck? So I remember when I first started fucking with DLC, I just boot up the game. Like, wait a minute, where's my other characters at? Like for example, Tekken. Like,
Mhm.
what are you at? I gotta reinstall them. God damn it!
Right. Well,
So I
that's
had
what
to
this
exit
is
out
why
the game.
I hate DLC, man, for that reason because it's like I should be able to
Yeah,
just download the pack
yeah,
and not think about it anymore. Like I shouldn't
yeah.
have to. And also, here's the other thing: I shouldn't have
Like
to
it
have
depends. So like I said, some games you don't have to re-download them again
right or
after you
it,
reinstall it.
like a story expansion type thing. It's like if I've beaten a game, like a single player game, and I just want to play a story expansion, I shouldn't need that entire game installed anymore, right? Like
Oh,
I,
yeah. They said the
I,
base
I
game must be installed. Yeah, they say
yeah.
that.
To
Yeah.
me, like that is so stupid. Like you should be able to have a subset of element of resources installed to play the expansion pack. And I know why they don't do it. They don't do it because they want to force you to have the base game all the time. They don't want anybody to be able to just download DLC and play that without buying the base game.
I don't see why you need the base game to play a fucking expansion.
You wouldn't if they would program them differently, like just with the
Yeah.
resources they actually need. And then you could uninstall the base game and free up all kinds of space on your hard drive, which they also don't want you to be able to do because what sells new hard drives? Oh, small hard drives that get filled up. Like, so it's all about,
Right.
forcing you
Nobody.
to buy more shit.
You know why they do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's why. Straight up.
Yeah, Dead or Alive Extreme 3 Scarlet Edition. Quite the adventure on how I ended up with this copy.
Oh, really?
But to
What
make a
happened?
long story short, I saw it on eBay for like $50.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I said, I don't want to pay $50 for this, man. You know what I'm saying? But because I was already mad that I missed the opportunity to buy a cheaper one. You
Sure.
know, I'm already fucking pissed. So I was like, damn. So I said, I actually never bid it before, ever. I never asked for like negotiate a lower price before, ever.
Right.
But I just wanted to do it. I said, you know what? Fuck this shit. I was fully expecting them to say no anyway. So I was like, I pretty much said, oh, can I get it for $40? Basically.
Okay.
I sent it. I'm thinking like he gonna say you're full of shit and give me 50, that's it.
Right.
Or he might say, oh, you could have it for 45 or something like that.
Right.
That's what I'm expecting. So about let me say it wasn't even a half an hour and I got a ping, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the seller. I'm like, here it goes. He finna say no.
Right.
I'm going to my emails, right? He said, oh yeah, sure. When can I expect payment? I was like, what?
Well, now you learned from that, Chrome. Like that's why like I love best offer listings on eBay because I always take advantage of
Yeah, that's
that.
what I meant to say. Best offer. Yeah, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's what I go
I didn't think it
for.
was gonna go through though. I only asked for $10 down. It was like $15, $20. That was like $10.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Like,
I mean, if they weren't willing to like have some wiggle room, they wouldn't list it as best offer. So it's like, yeah, take advantage, right? Worst thing that happens is they
yeah,
reject it and you pay a little more.
yeah. I thought he was gonna reject it. I was like, holy shit! He actually said yes. And he didn't have the copy up for long. It was about maybe about a month. He had it up there.
Really?
Something like that. Yeah, he didn't have it up there. That gave me more reason to believe that he was going to say no
Mm-hmm.
because it wasn't up that long anyway.
Sure.
But he's like, I got the feeling he never actually did this. He never actually accepted an offer before because he didn't know how he was going to get paid.
Right. Yeah, you might have been his
That's
first.
why I knew. Yeah, because it was my first time off asking for it. It was his first time accepting it, so it was like two-way street.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, you should get it because eBay says once you accept it, once once you accept it, I gotta pay for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
It's gonna come straight out of my card unless I don't have enough for it.
Right.
So 'cause money was already on his way to him once he accepted. That's what I was telling him. All he had to do was ship it.
Sure.
Oh yeah, I see it now. I said, okay, I'm gonna ship. I said, okay, good. Oh, there's a story I like to share. This is a touching story from a seller. You ever heard of the game Legend of Dragoon?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course. PS1.
Okay. I wanted to buy that game again. I forgot what happened to my old copy. I can't remember. But I wanted another copy. So this is like years later. I ain't played it in years, man.
Mm-hmm.
So um I found one on Amazon. This is back 20. This is years ago though. But
Sure.
but at that time I hadn't played it in years.
Okay.
So I found a copy on Amazon for like all the new ones are like super fucking expensive.
Sure.
I wasn't gonna touch those. So I found a copy on Amazon and I was like, okay, I want this one. It's about $20, right?
Yeah.
By this time, at this point in my life, I didn't have a smartphone with the internet. I had a cell phone, but it wasn't an internet phone.
Sure.
Okay, so I had to go to the library to check on the status of my order and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I ordered it, left, went home from the library. My computer session was up. I went back the next day and I decided to check on the status of my order.
Sure.
And I got a message. Instead, it didn't say it was shipped. I said, "What's going on? They run out of copies?" It was a message that said they said, "Look, we don't have any more copies of this game. However, we are going to try to find you another copy."
Oh, okay.
I was like, "All right." I said, "They must want my money bad," but
Hmm.
I didn't say that. I was like, "Okay." I said, "Okay, thank you." So
Right.
I said, "Okay, thank you. I'll wait." You know what I'm saying? I'll
Yeah.
wait till you find out I'm going to ship it to me. The
Sure.
next day, I went back and I decided to see if they, what they said, if they shipped me another one. Oh, they were shipping me another copy already. Not only was they shipping me another copy, they somehow found a brand new copy still in shrink wrap for me.
Wow.
I don't
Dang.
know how I don't know how they found it. I don't know if they. I think they paid for. I think they bought it off somebody else. And
Really?
and, and the brand new copies were like over $100 easy.
Yeah.
150. You know what I'm saying? Brand new copy.
Wow.
They said I was like, what?
That's
And they only charged me $20 when
yeah. That's crazy, man.
I, I thought that was great considering how expensive the new copies are. So I ended up getting a brand new copy of that game.
Yeah. Wow. They
I mean,
really they really really wanted your business.
yeah, they didn't have to do that, man. They could have said they could have just like, oh man, let's just tell them we couldn't find no more. We ain't finna pay for all that shit.
Right?
You know, all we get is
Wow.
$20 anyway. You know,
Yeah, yeah. That's crazy,
I remember,
man.
yeah, that was I was like, thank y'all so much. Y'all don't have to do all this, man. It was like,
Right.
gosh. I remember I bought a Mega Man Collection Plus for the PS2 from Amazon one time. I bought it used, and it was supposed to be very good condition. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I bought a used copy of the Mega Man S Collection Plus. The copy that I received was brand new instead.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
I don't know what happened. Maybe they misread it what I wanted, and they sent me one of their new ones. I don't know, but I know as I ordered a used copy, but I got a new copy instead.
Right. Damn. That's awesome, man. There's a few times I've gotten games where I was really surprised how cheap they were. Like the most recent one was Tales of Arise for PS4, and GameStop was
Mhm.
selling new copies of this thing for $5. Like, I was just amazed.
Wow.
They did 10 for a while, then they were 5. I bought one for 10, and then I bought another one for 5 just to have a backup, like, because it was like, God, this is so cheap, I can't believe it. And it was a popular game, like people liked the Tales of Arise game quite a bit. So,
I can tell. I'm
yeah,
not super crazy about. I like them, but I'm not like super crazy about
right.
them. Yeah.
I was just surprised that, I could get it that cheap new.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
Have you played any of the
I remember that dude.
Atelier games?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you like
They
those?
fucking expensive. They fucking expensive on the PS4 though.
I know, man.
They never go on fucking sale either. I mean, yeah. I like. Okay, let's talk about that. I like the Tales games. I like the fact that I'm a vulnerable female. I love that.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I like the fact that my character is not as strong, like the strongest character in the game. I like that shit.
Sure.
I'm relying on my other party members to basically protect me, fight my battles. I like
Mm.
that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like about the Atelier games. I don't know about the newer ones, but the ones that I played, the first ones,
Mm-hmm.
that's how it is.
Okay.
because because your character is understandably not a fighter. She's basically she just makes shit. That's what she does. She makes bombs, makes medicine.
Sure.
That's what she excels at. Not necessarily a fighter. She makes weapons, all that shit like that.
Yeah.
And I
That's
like
cool.
that. And that's what I love about the Atelier games. You have a role of a vulnerable female.
Yeah. No, that's cool, right? I mean, if they can make a character that's interesting, right? She doesn't have to be
Yeah,
a fighter, you know.
right,
I mean,
right.
did you play Octopath Traveler?
I vaguely know about it.
Okay. There's a character in that, it was highly influenced by the early Final Fantasy games, and
Mhm.
there's a character in that called I think it's Olivia is her name. She's like a white mage sort of character, but like
Mhm.
she's like a healer, and she's from a church, and like that's her backstory is like she's very pious and religious and everything, and but she's not like cruel or judgmental or anything like that. She's like all joy and love and understanding. Like she's a very like likable spiritual woman, you know and
Mhm.
um her whole thing is taking care of the party and healing them and all of this, and she's my favorite character in the game by far. Like it's just but and she's not like the best fighter. She has some really cool spells, and she has some like very damn like she can cast holy and stuff like that that can be very devastating if you
Cool,
level it up, right? But she's
cool.
primarily a healer, and but it's like just like you were saying, like a female character doesn't have to be like some kind of badass fighter to be a good character, you know. Um, I don't think men have to be either, frankly. It just depends on
No, no,
how
man.
they're written.
Yeah, that's why I can't stand about these motherfucking feminist bitches behind these media. They got to make every single fucking female a strong top commander type of position. It's like, no, man. And
Yeah,
they talk about what's realistic and shit. That's not every fucking female that you see it going outside is not at a high ranking,
no,
let alone the fighter. And that's they badass in their own right. You know what I'm saying? It's
right.
like you don't got to be a fighter to be badass.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm not a fighter. I've never been in fights, physical
I'm
fights,
not.
you know.
I'm a man. I don't fight. I don't fight for a living. I'm not interested in fighting. I'm a
Right.
man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure like anybody else, we'd defend ourselves in a situation if we had to, but
Yeah.
it's not like the media wants to paint us like we're these aggressive Neanderthal, violent people just because we're
Yeah.
men. And for
Right.
most of us, it's just not true at all. Like the grand
No.
majority of men are not like that. You know,
No. I mean,
um,
if they have, well, hell yeah, to protect the ones they love,
yeah,
they're gonna turn the switch on. But
sure.
but in general, hell no.
I'd much rather like not have to be. I'd much
No,
rather
me neither. I'm the
like
same
given a
way.
choice, I would much
Yeah.
rather avoid having to be violent. Like, but yeah, if
I'm the
you push
same
me,
way, man.
I will absolutely do it if I have no other choice,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But I don't want to have to do that.
Yep, that's a man. That's the average man right there.
Yeah,
They don't go looking for fights like an idiot.
no,
We don't, man. We just want to be live peaceful, prosper, just live our lives, man.
just
We're not trying to fight.
that's it, right? It's the peace part of it, and it's like, do the people in your life bring you peace or chaos, right? And regardless of gender, it's just if you're like me, it's like you really like and value peace, overall. I know that our
And
comment section might not always be peaceful, but day to
hell,
day, I really value it.
And they kill me. They talk about the gender role shit, like women always in the kitchen. It's like,
Oh
no,
yeah,
women like to be in the fucking kitchen.
a lot of them do. Yeah.
It's not, they would demand that say, you're gonna grow up to be a housewife and cook for your man because you are a woman. Ain't nobody raised their daughters like that.
No,
I mean,
not
women are
certainly not
women are
anymore,
naturally,
right?
yeah, right. Women are naturally, they want to cook, they want to clean. That's what they like doing. That's their makeup in
Yeah.
general.
Man,
Not all,
but
you know,
even that, it's like it's such a gendered thing, or they try to make it a gendered thing. I live
yeah, but
alone.
it's not.
I like having a clean space. I cook my own food, like, because I like living that way, right? I like good
Yeah,
food. I like a clean space. I like being able to find my stuff. I like to keep a certain amount of order here, and I've known women who were just the opposite, by the way. I've known some pack
right.
rat sorts of women that were disgusting, frankly, the way they lived. You
Like
know,
take Madonna for example. She hates to cook.
hmm
Madonna,
yeah,
she this woman has a maid cooking all her meals. She says she fucking hates it, and she's a woman.
yeah. And that's, maybe I get it, and she can certainly afford it, right? So why not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Uh,
she is not a cook. She just doesn't like doing it. And yeah, she can afford. I'm just willing to say there are women who are not rich. They still don't like to cook either.
yeah.
It's not all women. Not It's just like not all men are fighters, and not all women are cookers.
And maybe I mean a lot of them are, but you just can't assume these things about people. You have to ask them and get to know them and things like that, right? This is the problem. It's
Yeah,
like
but
everybody
it makes
tries
it
to
sound like
generalize us, right, based on our gender, our color, all these different things, and it's like, no, you don't actually know the person at all until you actually talk to them and get to know them.
right.
I mean, look at you and me. Like, people would see us and think that, oh, they're different. They're a different race. They must not have anything in common, or they must think this politically or that politically or whatever. And it turns out you and me actually
Yeah,
have quite a lot in common. like,
yeah.
you know.
That's what I
So,
love, man. About you, we got like so much fucking shit in common. It's like it's amazing how much we got in common.
and I love that. I love like I love anything that disrupts people's assumptions and their preconceived notions about you just based on your gender or your race. Like I love it when they get surprised. You know, it's like,
Me too.
yeah, you can't just assume all this stuff about us based on, those physical characteristics. That's so stupid. You know,
Yeah. I got a story to tell you about that.
go for it.
It was this was in the YouTube comment section. It was this chick who was black, right, in the comment section.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty much saying like some black dude that got killed by the police. You know what I'm saying?
No, okay.
Uh, and I was like, oh, he deserved it. He was resisting arrest. He was justified in getting killed. The officer did what he had to do. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
mm-hmm. Boy, I'll bet they
Because
love
she
that.
no, yeah, no, I can hate myself. No, she was like, oh, he wasn't. She got me to look up the video. Put it that way.
Okay.
So I looked it up on Google. And somehow I think she didn't expect me to fucking do it, but I did it.
Okay.
I saw the video and I came back and I said, "Look, I just got through seeing the video. Um, the cop was justified in this one. Don't you know she assumed I was white?
Oh, of course she did.
I was like, I said, I replied, I said, actually, you're incorrect. I'm black.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
she didn't respond to me.
Of course, because what could she say, right? Like, I'm actually surprised she didn't respond and say, "No, you're not." Right? Like, that's what I would have
Black,
thought would have happened. Like, and everybody would just pile on and try to say that you were lying. You know?
yeah, but she assumed I was white though. That's the funny part. I was like, I could have been Mexican
Right?
and saying that. You know, you
That's
assumed I
true.
was
Yeah.
white.
But it's funnier, or it's not funnier, but it's so much better because you were actually black, right? Like, and
Yeah.
she's trying to assume that about you. I just this is well, you see what we go through, dude. You can't have an
So this
opinion
is,
about stuff if you're, not the right color or the right gender or, the right sexuality, whatever the fuck that is.
yeah,
You know.
they'll look at you and assume that you're a conservative. They look at me, assume
Yep.
I'm a Democrat
Exactly.
voter.
Yep.
They would. They
And
would.
as we've discussed, they would both be incorrect.
Yeah, they would be. Because we both centrist like a motherfucker.
Right?
Shit.
That's it. So, you know, too bad, so sad. Can't put me in a
But
box. Get fucked.
I love when people get it wrong about me. I love it.
Right?
It is a joy, man. I know what you're
Yep.
saying on that one.
No, it is great, isn't it? It's the best feeling ever. I embraced, I think it's because I was so strange, or not strange, but just a different kind of kid, like than most of the people I grew up with. I got very used to kind of being an outcast and sort of not relishing when I was younger, but like I was never ashamed for being different. I liked being different, I liked that I wasn't the same as everybody else. And boy, I can tell you, as life has gone on, I've just embraced that more and more. As you can probably tell from this show, I don't give a fuck.
I heard that, man.
Because the other thing is like people who are trying to fit in so hard and that have that strong need for acceptance from whatever the group is, politically or socially or whatever, they're fundamentally miserable people. They're not having a good time. Why? How could you be having a good time if you need that sort of external validation just to feel good about yourself? You know, like that doesn't seem very fun to me.
I'm not too much into people labeling me like, what I'm saying, not really. It's
Right.
maybe it's just me. It's like they say, oh, you are this, you are that. Even if it's not an insult.
Sure.
I'm like, no, I'm just me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But people want to put you in a group so they can
They
categorize
want to
you
put
and
me in a group. Yeah.
not put any effort into actually getting to know who you are. That's the thing, right? Because it's like they're so people have such a short term well, they have such a short memory span or a short focus, time that they can focus on anything. It's a short attention span. That's what I'm looking for. Um, they would rather just categorize you and assume that you believe certain things or vote a certain way or have certain, you know, preferences or whatever based on the surface level things they observe in you rather than get to know who you actually are. And then they make all these incorrect assumptions. And it's just like that too with all the stuff we talked about earlier, right? About the Disney Star Wars movies and woke stuff in the media. And people would get on here, and I'm sure we'll see some in the comments if people stay to listen to it. They're gonna they're gonna assume that we're like conservatives, or we're like hardcore right wingers or Nazis or something. And it's like no, couldn't be further from the truth. You know.
No.
Uh, don't associate with any of those groups. Don't care to, you know. Um,
And you heard of the neo Nazis?
yeah, sure. That's the same thing. I'm sure that we'll be called that, Like,
Neo.
yep, or at least I will. But that's
Let's
okay,
see here. We have Uncle Tom, and we
Eh,
have a neo Nazi.
right? That's what it'll be. Just because you and I are making observations about shitty characters and stories, like lazy writing. They'll assume that, oh, they're racists and bigots or whatever, and not even realize that you're literally listening to a white guy and a black guy who are friends talking about this shit and with a lot of the same opinions.
It's lazy if you take an established character who's white and blackwash them. That's lazy writing like a motherfucker.
Yeah, absolutely. The other way around
And
too, right? Like
yeah,
if you go the other way, I think
yeah,
it's
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 lazy.
it's lazy. That's all it is, you know. And you can call it whatever you want. You can call it inclusion. You can call it uh, diversity or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's just lazy writing.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you can have compelling characters of whatever race, whatever religion, whatever sexuality, gender, all that stuff, but you gotta put the work in and actually develop a compelling character. Because otherwise, nobody's gonna give a shit what their race, religion, gender identity, no one's gonna care unless you make an interesting, compelling character. We talked about that. I told you about that with The Last of Us, the TV show, right? When they did
Mm-hmm.
Billy's story,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
right?
We can share
Um,
that again. We can talk about it on the show though.
yeah, we should talk about it. We'll talk about it right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
what's his name? The actor who played Ron Swanson on
Yeah.
Parks and Rec played him
Okay.
in the
Yeah.
TV show, right? And it showed him basically avoiding the gangs when the collapse happened or whatever, and like people were coming into his house looking for him and stuff, and he had this panic room in the basement. He was obviously like a prepper kind of guy, right? He had his guns and his weapons and all these things, knew how to survive and take care of himself. And once they left, he turned his place into this fortress, basically, and was just killing off the zombie like creatures as they would come. He had this fence that would basically do it for him, so he didn't really even have to do anything. And he was just
Mm-hmm.
living his life by himself there, and because everybody else had been rounded up, taken away, and through like half the episode, he was doing that. And it was just like his life, by himself. And after the world changed, and eventually this other guy came and who was, not one of the monsters or whatever, but an actual human, got caught in one of his traps near the outside of his house, and the guy begged him to come in and like for food or whatever, as I remember, and he wasn't gonna even do it. Like he was gonna turn him away or whatever, but eventually he gave in and actually let the guy in, and they developed a certain level of trust and a relationship. And you find out this character is actually gay, and these two
Mm-hmm.
fall in love, and they have a compelling story throughout the episodes. It's a very emotional episode. It's probably my favorite episode actually of the TV series. And that was really a really great storytelling from my perspective. They made you really care about this character. You were interested in this character before
Yeah.
you had any idea he was gay. There was no
Right.
indication what his sexuality was. You would have assumed he was just a straight white man. That's how they presented him,
Mm,
with the way he
yeah.
carried himself, what he did,
Yeah.
from the preconceived notions we have in our society of what a straight white man is, right? Like
Yeah.
that was sort of how they presented him. So it was a big surprise, really, when you
Those are the
found
best
out he
way to
was
introduce those
gay.
characters.
What's that?
That's the best way to introduce them. I love when they introduce like that.
I do too, because you're not
You don't
expecting
know
it,
until they say it.
right?
Yeah.
And it's like
Right.
it totally shifts, kind of like you're like, oh wow, that's really cool. I mean, in a way, like that this character, this guy could be, uh, it's like it challenges my own preconceived notions watching something like that, right? Because it's like I'm assuming like this guy is, straight, because that's our kind of our default, right? Until we have a reason not to.
Hmm. Right.
But you
Right.
can't assume that stuff about anybody, is the message that I take away from something like that. And I think that's ultimately a positive thing. We shouldn't assume these things about each other, um, until we actually know. So, uh, yeah, I thought it was great. You know, um, I'd encourage anybody to watch the TV show if they like, stuff like The Walking Dead. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was good storytelling. That was actually, there was character development. I liked both of the guys,
Yeah.
by the way. Both of the
Big time.
characters in the story, they were both interesting. They were both different enough that that was also really interesting, right? The other guy was into gardening or other things, right? That he helped do, like, but the other guy was kind of the fighter, and he, defended him and saved him from people. Like it was. they had a good relationship. They complemented one another really well.
Mhm.
Yeah, this has been fun, Chrome. I've enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, it's been great, man.
I hope other people enjoy listening to it.
Yeah. This how long has this been?
Well, let's see here. We are at almost 3.5 hours.
Woo! It's gonna take forever to upload on my channel.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god.
We might have to split this into a few files.
Oh man, I'm thinking because a 1 hour video, it'll take about maybe 20 minutes, maybe
Mm-hmm. Right.
or less. It's it depends, man. It depends. Sometimes it down uploads fast, or sometimes it don't.
Right.
I mean, what do you think? You think we should split it up like in 3 parts or something like that?
I mean, I don't think it matters so much. It's also just how much editing you want to do, right? I'm sure we could edit it down some, but that's totally up to you. I don't mind keeping it as is either. You know, if you just won't like
Yeah,
the
I'm
long
just worried.
format.
I'm just worried about how long it's gonna take for the upload.
I don't think the upload will be so bad on your end. The main issue is going to be me getting the file to you. You know, that's going to take me a few hours, probably at least, to upload it, but that's okay. You know, it's not a big deal. Um, you know, I'll figure it out. I'll be able to share it. Do you have Google? You got like a Gmail account?
Yeah.
Okay, I can just put it on Google Drive then, and you can download it from there. That's what I do with Ty Lord when we're doing the Bond podcast. I do the recording and then I send him
Oh, the
the
Google
extract.
Drive.
Yeah, we use Google Drive.
Okay, let me see if I got Binance open. Yeah, I haven't used it. I had no reason to use Google Drive until now.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I get it. It's and I'd send it to you on Discord, but Discord has like a 25 meg limit, and this is gonna be probably several hundred megs at least.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you could. I got my Google Drive open.
Okay, cool. Just send me your email address in Discord. Like, just text it to me, and I'll share it with you once I get it uploaded.
Oh, okay. I'll do that. Yeah, just send me the full thing. It's gonna take a minute to upload, but
Yeah.
it is what it is, man. I'm about to just upload the full thing. They could pause it, they could stop and come back to it.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
Because whoever watched this all the way through without stopping, you a champ.
Oh
You are a
yeah.
fucking.
Yeah. You are. Yeah. You get a gold star. Gold
You get
star.
a ghost for sure.
Right. If we had merch, you'd get some merch, and whenever we have merch, you'll get some. So,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Well, anything else you wanna talk about before we wrap it up?
Um. No, I'm thinking like how often we're gonna do this? Like once a month? I mean, once a week or whatever.
I mean, I put that on
What every
the
2 weeks?
thumbnail, so I guess that's official, right? We got to do this every week.
You put it on the thumbnail every week.
I mean, it's called Chrome and Wubs Weekly Rant.
Oh, you did say that, right? Yeah, we're gonna do it once a week then.
Well, I mean, we're doing one at least next week, right? Until I can change the thumbnail.
I mean, you can do it. I can do it once every week. I'm okay. Oh man.
Right? I feel like
Or every.
we could also come at it with like a few specific topics. I know tonight was kind of like we talked about everything, but like if there's certain things we talked about before, if there's stuff going on in gaming or Hollywood or whatever that is pissing us off, like we'll definitely talk about that. right? And we'll try to save it, right? I won't just tell you what's pissing me off during the week. I might message you and be like,
Oh,
"Oh shit, I got some stuff to say this week."
are you go? I'm pretty sure if we did it every fucking Saturday, like now,
Right?
way before you might find something Tuesday. You gonna say oh
Right.
Monday or
Oh
something.
yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Because I watch a lot of YouTube. So
Me too.
there's always
About my
something,
new
you know
TV.
how it is. Every
Yeah.
day there's some kind of drama somewhere about some bullshit.
Yes. I mean, on X alone, man, you just scroll a few pages, you're gonna find some stupid shit.
I thought that it would be a really fun idea, well, funny idea to just go through like dating profiles and just roast them. Like, men and women, just let's just like roast all the profiles or roast like different Twitter accounts, like dumb shit they say. Like that could be really fun too.
Yeah, we can go through some shit and just share it as we go. Oh, look at this article. Let's talk about this shit.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, would you have any interest in roasting The View with me? Because I was thinking, we could literally just watch episodes of The View and just like make fun of that shit because it's like all laughably stupid. Like
Yeah,
everything they do
it
is
is.
so
It's a
dumb.
clown show. It's a clown show. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
it'd be so easy to just roast that shit.
I mean, I would consider like divorcing my wife if she was watching that shit, man. It's like, what the fuck? Who fucked up watching that every day?
Right? Like you can go watch like what's her name's the Kardashians and all that reality TV bullshit, but The View just makes you straight up retarded.
Yeah, it does. They got Joe. What's her name? Joe Bear. She looks like a fucking bear too. You
Right?
got Whoopi Goldberg on there.
Whoopi looks like a bear now too.
I love I love it when they invite a conservative on there or
Right?
and they just try to fucking grill them and shit because I'm just on collected.
Yep. It's hilarious. I can't believe
They try
anybody
to get
even
on this
agrees to go on, Like I'm always suspicious.
you
It's
know,
like this isn't a
just go
real
on down there,
conservative. This is
argue
an
with them bitches
actor.
on TV.
What's
Yeah,
yeah.
I wouldn't even go on there if I was conservative. I was like, fuck that shit.
No. I would totally go on as a fake conservative though, just to mess with them.
Yo, this is just troll the fuck out of them.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
That shit'll be fun.
Yeah, Whoopi, call me if you guys are, you need a guest spot there to make it more interesting. Yeah, give me a
Just
call.
give you a challenge.
Yeah,
Well,
challenge
I could pretend to be.
accepted.
I could definitely pretend to be a conservative for sure, man.
Absolutely. I could pretend for like an hour or two, just enough to like be on the show.
Dude, dude, you be fussing them off. Plus, you white too. You be pissing the fuck off.
Right? Because I'd be challenging all of their preconceived
Yeah,
notions, right? That's what I'd be doing
yeah.
the whole time, you know? I'd be like just wrecking all of their stereotypes about me. Absolutely. So yeah, I guess we're doing a weekly show now,
Yeah, we can, man. I mean, it's on the thumbnail. That should be telling us weekly. God damn it.
right? Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, because you've been because we talked the last few times. Obviously, not doing a show,
Right?
and you mentioned every time it's like, man, we should do this. Like, make a podcast or something,
Yep.
and just go to town, man.
Yep. Something's gonna come up, and we talked about a lot of the stuff we've talked about before tonight. But
Yeah.
I have a feeling like there's just not gonna be any We're never gonna run out of material, man. Like,
No,
it's
man, it's
it's
crazy
it's
shit all the time.
yeah, it's just constant. It's
I
just
mean,
if all we did was talk about gaming, like just the drama, the constant drama in the gaming world now is just insane. Gaming used to just be fun. Like there wasn't the console wars were just this fun sort of thing, and now everybody's so serious about it. Everybody gets
yeah,
so butthurt over every stupid thing. And it's like these are just corporations taking your money. Why are you defending them? Like why do you care
yeah.
so
Now you're
hard?
a fucking Sony or Xbox fanboy for what the
Right?
fuck?
It's like, dude, just enjoy yourself. Like, video games are supposed to be fun. There's not a right way to do it or a wrong way. Just find what you like.
Yeah, man. I mean, we talk. We're gonna talk about a lot of different shit, character analysis in video games and shit.
Right?
It's like all type of shit, man. It's like for example, Liliana from Dragon Age.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, like I said again, Inquisition does deserve the treatment that it's got. You
Mm-hmm.
know, with them trying to fucking put black characters in the fucking game where the first two game had no black characters in it.
Mm-hmm.
For example,
Yeah.
making one of the women in the game uglier.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit!
Well, that's what Star Wars just did, right? With Outlaws. Like, oh my God.
Yeah,
I saw that trailer and I
yeah,
was
that
just
woman
like,
was like,
I
oh,
can't. I mean, I'm insulted by the price they're trying to. I mean, it's highway robbery what they're charging for that thing, first of all. But just the fact that they made that lead character look like a
looks like a
dude.
dyke.
Yeah, she
She
looks
looks
like
like a
an
dyke,
ugly
man.
dyke. Like it's terrible. Like I can't. I just can't. Like, I don't care about the story or anything else. That's how sad that is. They were so abrasive
Yeah,
with it, and I love Star Wars, but I don't care at all about that
they
now,
purposely make these bitches ugly. I bet her model look way better than that.
right? How could she not?
You know,
Like,
shit, man, what the fuck?
imagine
So
being
yeah,
like an artist, a digital artist who has to make a model look uglier. Like that's their job that you have to do. How much would that suck?
mhm. It's like, damn, that's supposed to be me. What the fuck?
Right? Yeah, it sucks for the model, right?
Yeah, it does. It's like, damn, you didn't fuck my face up.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so back to Liliana. I liked her arc in the third game, Inquisition,
Oh yeah.
because she went from a pious, religious young woman,
Mhm.
right? She went from that to a person who's lost her faith.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
know, she's more she's still sweet in some ways, but she's
Mhm.
more cold now because she's lost her faith and she's
Sure.
I liked the arc. You know, maybe she'd get it back by the end of the game. I don't know. I didn't beat it.
It's interesting though, for sure.
But yeah, because you could because like Mass Effect, you could talk with have talks with them and things like that.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty sure maybe we'll get to that part of how she look. In fact, you can't ask her what happened. Well, like why does she? Because she talks about how what she used to be and everything like that. How she don't believe in Andraste anymore. This, the goddess
Mhm.
and all that.
Yeah.
Like Andraste should have helped so and so for dying, and so she's kind
Mm.
of,
Mhm.
So
Hmm.
yeah, I
Yes.
liked it. I liked that arc like that. What happened? How she ended up, but I mean, like I said, because I was talking to somebody about Inquisition in the podcast chat
Mhm.
earlier, and I told him, I said, I like it. For the most part, I'm roaming around, killing shit. That's some fun shit to do, man. It's fun shit. Then I interact with my party members. I like to listen to the banter from the members you choose to have in your party.
That's really cool.
I mean, it's a fun game, man. I mean, I recommend it, but not highly.
Mhm.
Because some of the things, the woke shit and inclusive shit may turn you off, which would make sense if it does. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I've got
But
it
if you,
for Xbox, but I haven't played it yet.
yeah, but if you can get past that, like
Mhm.
the parts that, like for me, for the vast majority of the time I'm playing, I ain't seeing none of it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I don't
You know,
mind that if it's
so
just a little bit, if it's not like just
yeah, it's not
shoved
like
down
in
your
your
throat,
face. It's not
constantly.
it's not yeah, it's not like Life is Strange too.
Okay.
I hate to admit it, but it's not like Life is Strange. Still Life is Strange too. They shove it in your face more than Inquisition does.
Yeah, yeah. I gotcha.
But I'm not gonna lie, whenever I run across that shit in Inquisition, I go, "Oh my god, here we go!
Hmm.
Can't wait for this part is over." You know?
Right. Well, it sounds like it's good. I know it got really good reviews. The gameplay looked really fun. I remember
Yeah,
the
it's fun to
trailers.
play. It's
So,
definitely fun.
that's still the important thing to me, right? It's like if the game is fun, I'll play it. I don't care. Like I can ignore like the parts I don't like.
The Inquisition came out before they uglified every single fucking female in the game. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Liliana didn't get the ugly stick. She still looks good. You got Josephine. She's fucking hot as hell.
Right.
I was like, damn. But Cassandra, I don't know what the fuck they had a problem with Cassandra. They uglified her ass for sure. I was like, damn, she was another fucking person.
Well,
And
it's not gonna last though, right? Like they're trying this thing where they're trying to force us to like women who look like men, and it's gonna
it's not gonna
fail.
ever
It's
happen.
gonna fail so hard. These studios are gonna start losing money, and they're gonna go back to the way things always were. And I think Stellar Blade is just the beginning of that, in many
I hope,
ways.
I hope you're fucking right. Oh my god.
Right?
Because people were questioning, do we really is there a game crash coming? I hope it does come, man.
I think
Because
that it's inevitable, right? I mean, I think Outlaws is probably doing terrible. We
it
know
is.
that Suicide Squad bombed horribly. Like it,
And the studio might close down, bro.
right? So,
Yeah.
that's only going to happen but so many times before all the other studios start to take note, right? And hopefully correct course on
Yeah, they want
future
to make the white
projects.
they want to make the white straight white male cry. They crying now. They're gonna be
Yeah.
crying.
Oh, well, the other thing that's funny to me about that is like we don't need new games. Like we have decades worth of games that we can
Yeah, we
play.
do. Yeah.
Like I got a ton of shit from every
Yeah.
console from the NES to right now that I could play that I'd never played before that I would love to play. So, as far as like the new stuff, it's like they're like, "Oh, well, it's not for you. It's not for you." Fine. Cool. But I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah. Yeah. If you want to
Like,
make yeah, if they
yeah.
want to make it for a fucking modern audience. Yeah, keep on doing that.
Keep on doing that and see how much money you make. See how
Yeah.
sustainable that is. When you try to
Yep, keep on
market
doing
things to like less than 1% of the population, see how long that works. You know?
Yep, keep on fucking doing it. Modern audience, keep on fucking doing it.
Yeah. I mean, look at what happened to Square recently with their what was it like $40 million they lost because they canceled a project that was like already like midway through or something like because in large part what I think was course correction because of what happened with Forspoken and how much that was like super woke and people hated it and it
Oh
totally bombed.
yeah. Yeah, Forspoken. Yeah.
And now Square has canceled some other project they've been working on for years, and I think I read an article that said it cost them 40 million bucks. So, you know, that's a big sort of thing to do, right? That was a big loss they took to just to pay to not release the game. You know, like that's
They tired of making exclusive games for Sony. They tired of that shit.
well, you can see why with the PS5
That's what it
sales.
is. Yeah, they
So,
tired of that. They tired of it, man. They're like, you know what? Fuck this shit. We finna do multiplat now.
which frankly, I'm amazed that they didn't do that years ago. I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
Sony must have been giving them just crazy amounts of money to stay
You
exclusive.
know it. That's why they kept. That's why they tolerated them.
Yeah, that must have been what was going on because I can't, it's just impossible to see the logic otherwise. Um, and I love Square. That's why I pay attention to it.
Yeah.
As a
Yeah.
company, like they're one of my favorite companies, in gaming, by easy. Like, um,
Yeah.
not necessarily because of their practices, but for their games, right? Like I don't know, like corporate practices I can't speak to, but as far as like their games go, like they make some of the best video games ever. So, in my opinion. So of course I pay attention to what they're doing, and but I think that I don't know because I don't know what that project was, but why would you cancel a $40 million project, you know, uh, like that and just take that L? You got to have a really good reason. You really probably think that
Yeah.
game is gonna bomb for some
Oh,
reason.
they knew for sure it was. That's why they was like, fuck, cancel this shit.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, you know, that it's like that was the first thing where I was like, okay, maybe there is some hope here. Maybe these CEOs of these companies are starting to realize like, oh, we can't market to like 1% of the population and expect to make two
I
bucks.
think that's what it was.
You know,
Big Baby Inc. or fucking what's that consultant that some Silent Two, the Silent Hill remake fuckers was catering to? What's it called? What's the name of them?
I don't
They were
know.
consulting.
The only one I know is the
Anyway,
Sweet Baby one, but it's another consultant like them. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, yeah. But anyways, it was something like that. I think they say, you know what, fuck y'all.
Yeah.
You want to do some deep breathing? This woman's too fine for y'all. No, cancel this game. Cancel it. What's
Mm,
gonna cost? Fuck that. We ain't doing it.
right.
That's what I think happened.
Wow.
And more companies need to give them the finger and say, no, we're not doing it.
Well, to me, it's amazing that
You
any
know,
company would, like, any
I
artist
know.
would pay
Yeah,
someone to essentially neuter their art.
yeah,
Like it just that it just as a concept blows my mind. And I know that
yeah. It
all the suits
does.
would say like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're making sure that it's the right message and it's the right all these things
Yeah,
to reach a
yeah.
wider audience, reach a wide modern audience. Blah blah. I'm sure that's how they would justify it. But at the end of the day, all it is a censored piece of art. And nobody wants that. People want what is real. They want, and they know if you're faking it. They know if you're censoring shit. Always, you always know because they make it so obvious. You know.
Dude, the man behind the Amazing Spider-Man 2. He says something to the effect of, he says regarding the Mary Jane missions that nobody asked for, they even told them don't add these fucking missions in the game, but they did anyway. The reason why they did it was because they trying to give us what we may not say we don't want it, but we need it.
What does that mean?
Pretty much, yeah. This motherfucker's. I got a short. I clipped myself saying it when it was more when I remembered it. I clipped myself saying it. I'm gonna send it to you too.
Yeah, yeah. Send it to me. I want to see that.
Yeah, it's a
Cause
short. I'm trying to remember what he
I
said. He said we. He says we're trying to give them what they say they may say they don't want it, but we giving them what they need because they don't know they want it. Now they saying they don't want it, but they need it, or some shit he was saying.
this guy thinks he's Martin
Yeah,
Luther King in 1961.
I
Like,
couldn't fucking believe my eyes.
what
I was like,
the fuck,
fucking,
dude? You make video games. Like, get over yourself.
like this is
You
what you
know,
need. You
like
can't, you don't want it, but you need this.
yeah,
Like, get the fuck out of there, bro.
maybe if you're working in, creating a capitalist product to sell, maybe you should consider your audience a little bit. You're not a politician. You're not like a civil rights activist. You're not. Like, I mean, what a pretentious asshole to say some shit like that.
Yeah, he said it with I was like, hey, listen to this motherfucker.
I'm so glad I didn't buy that game.
And then to top it off, throughout the Game Award show, it didn't even win a single fucking
Oh,
award. I
I
was like,
know.
okay.
That
I was
was
like,
hilarious to watch, and it was so funny to me too because they didn't even nominate what was it Hogwarts Legacy because everybody was so butthurt about J.K. Rowling or whatever.
yeah, yeah, they even nominate that game.
But that game
But we can
crushed
show her
everything else in sales. Like it wasn't even close. It was the best-selling game
that is
of
some
last
petty
year.
ass shit, man. That's some petty ass shit.
I thought it was so funny. Like yeah, the Game Awards are a joke,
Oh, she did a good job. Howard Leslie did a good job. We're gonna pay. They're gonna pay for that. We're gonna nominate him.
right? They made so much money, and what's so funny to me too is she wasn't involved with the game at all. Like she has
No,
nothing to do with the game, but everybody tried to throw it under the bus because she's like a turf or whatever, trans exclusionary radical feminist, right? Like she's a radical feminist, but she doesn't like trans people. It's not even that she doesn't like them. It's just she recognizes that women's rights are different from trans rights. Like they're not the same thing. So, and because of that,
they,
she gets
oh, that's why
attacked.
they don't like
And
it.
what's that?
Okay,
What'd you
that's
say?
why they don't fucking like. So that's why they don't fucking like J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, that's why you can. I mean, there's a million videos about it if you want to dive deeper,
Oh,
but that's basically it, right? Like she said, like a few things. I read them too, like the posts she'd made and stuff. It was basically saying like things like, yeah, we're not the same, basically. Men want to pretend to be women. That's okay, but they're not, and we need to remember that. You know, like that's basically all she was saying. You know, like it wasn't like she hated these people or something like that. It was they tried to turn it into hate speech, and it's like there's no hate speech here. She's just being honest about reality. It's okay. Like, you can be a man who thinks they're a woman or wants to be a woman or is really feminine. That's totally fine. No one's stopping you from doing that. But that doesn't mean that you should be going into a woman's bathroom, necessarily, in all
yeah,
cases.
man.
If you look like a man and smell like a man and shit like a man, maybe you should go to the men's room. Just saying. I'm just saying. That's not a hard, that shouldn't really be a hard sell, I don't think, for anybody.
Going to a
Now,
women's restroom, they even went through the surgery.
if you're actually feminine and can pass for a woman, guess what? You can use the women's restroom. Nobody's gonna fucking know.
No,
So
they're not.
why would you wouldn't need to make a big deal about it at all? Just do it.
'Cause I remember when that shit was first being talked about. My sister was like, "Ooh, she was like kind of scared, man, because I don't want to
Right.
go in no bathroom and it's a trans woman that still look like a fucking man." I'm like, "I know,
Right. No, I don't want any woman to have to go through that. I think it's
yeah,
fucking stupid, and it's sad that we even have to talk about it, frankly, because of how fucking stupid it is. So
yeah,
anyway, yeah,
Bruce,
that's why J.K. Rowling got so much hate, just for like stating the obvious. But that's
yeah,
something you certainly can't do in modern times without a lot of fallout, right? Um, so anyway, and I'm sure people will say, "Oh, I'm a bigot for saying that, and I hate trans people." No, not at all. I have no problem with anybody based on gender, race, religion at all, as long as they're not trying to attack me. I don't care. You do you.
yeah, same here.
Um, Not a problem. Again, I love peace. So, if anybody's got a problem, you got a problem with me. You know, um, which clearly Disney does.
The wonderful world of Disney.
The wonderful, magical world of Disney. I used to love Disney when I was a kid. That's the real thing that kind of
Mm,
kills me about modern Disney. They have just gone to hell in a handbasket, and it's really unfortunate. It used to
That's what's
be such a kid-friendly company, like such
yeah,
it was like the one thing that parents could do, right? They could put a Disney movie on for the whole family, and they didn't have to worry about a bunch of bullshit, you know? Like it could just be fun. And now it's anything but that. And it's really, really unfortunate in my opinion.
yeah. Just like it's unfortunate Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney out of all these fucking companies because
Right?
it's not like they didn't have a reputation for turning things to shit even before they bought Star Wars.
Yep.
That's why some of us were like kind of worried what the direction was. It's fun. It's funny. Speaking of Disney Star Wars, right? Uh, at first, after they first bought Star Wars from George Lucas, right?
Yep.
They was talking about setting it 300 years after Episode 6.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay. I'd rather take place sometime a little. like 20 years, maybe, which we got. But you know how that
Yeah.
coming down.
Right.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. It was set at 300, like 300 years or something like this, just talking and all that.
Right.
But somehow they changed their minds. Oh, it's not about 20 years or whatever, like 10 years or whatever.
Yep. It would have been way better. If they just
It
said
would
it.
that's what I'm getting at. It would have been a better idea if they had it set. At least the dialogue, the way they speak in The Force Awakens, would make sense. Because it's like 300 years later and shit like that. It would have. I don't think it would have been a. I still think it would probably sucked, but it would have been like more understandable.
It would have sucked, but at least it would have sucked really far away from everything we love.
Yeah.
You know, like
There was this one defender talking about like, oh man, they had to bring George. They had to bring Han Solo back to appease the old fans. They had to bring Luke Skywalker back to They had to bring Leia back. I was like, motherfucker, don't you know that they was gonna originally set the shit 300 years later?
right. Oh,
You talk to Disney. It's like if Disney had a problem with he's pretty much saying like Disney had a problem with bringing the old characters back. They wouldn't have to do that if they set it 300 years later.
right. Well, and the other issue I have with that is I totally disagree. You didn't actually need any of those characters to make interesting stories and things. Because look at the Mandalorian. Like, yeah, Luke Skywalker shows up at the end of season two, but everything up to the end of season two is really
Yeah,
great. You didn't need
yeah.
Luke Skywalker for the Mandalorian to
Nope,
be really good.
nope.
So, and that was really cool how they tied Luke Skywalker in with it. Don't get me wrong, I liked that. That was fun. But it wasn't necessary. So, that's what I think about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Same thing, by the way, with Indiana Jones. I am so sick of the like Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford fanboys saying, "Oh, only Harrison Ford can be Indiana Jones," as if no one else can ride a horse and shoot a revolver and use a whip. Like,
How many James Bonds were there?
oh
You
my
know what I'm
God, there've
saying?
been what, 6 or 7 now? I lose
Yeah, I mean,
count.
why
You
couldn't it
know,
be another Indiana Jones?
there
Why not?
absolutely can be, and that's what pisses me off about it. And it's
They
like,
did it
by
with
the
James
way,
Bond.
if we'd have had a different Indiana Jones 20 years ago, it would have been way better. Like, the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was terrible, and the one they just did was okay. It wasn't nearly as bad as Crystal Skull, thank God, but it was also just a ridiculous excuse to give Harrison Ford stupid amounts of money. Like, and
Oh,
basically, I'm sorry, and nothing against Harrison Ford other than the fact that he shits all over the movies that I love that he was in, but and that pisses
yeah,
me off.
he happened to
But
get that green in his pocket. I'll tell you that.
well, that's his thing, right? He's just about the money. That's all he cares about, and he's made that very obvious. So I don't really have a lot of respect for him as a creator anymore. Uh,
Yeah, you
but
like do shit just for the money. That's fucking insane to me.
yeah,
Like you gotta have some type of joy, and even if it's a little bit.
at that
It's like
level,
something.
yeah. I mean, it's just sad, right? To be, it's unfortunate from my perspective that a person who clearly only cares about money has the opportunity to be those sorts of characters, because there's all kinds of people who would die to do that, who would love to do that out of pure passion, and so
Yeah,
from
yeah.
my perspective, it's having Harrison Ford be Indiana Jones at this point is a total waste of space and time. It was
Ask
just,
somebody else to do it.
yeah, like all kinds of other actors could do it, and you could make awesome stories. Could have been making awesome stories for the last 3 decades if you're willing to just hire another actor. The Indiana Jones
Yeah.
extended universe, by the way, is fantastic. Just like the Star Wars extended, all the books. There were a ton of novels that they did after the movies that were great. So it wasn't like there was a lack of stories, or something. They had plenty of material they could have been making movies and TV shows with.
Mm.
That's the other thing that pisses me off about Disney. They just threw away the extended universe completely. There was so much good stuff in the Star Wars extended universe that could have been films and TV shows that they just aren't even using at all. I feel like the later it gets, the more I'm rambling and ranting.
That's what it's about.
Right?
Ranting, getting it out, man, venting and shit.
That's it.
Who told? Somebody told me they didn't like Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom. Was that you?
No, I love Temple of Doom.
Somebody else said that. Then
A,
obviously,
lo-
I
a
was
lot
like,
of
man,
yeah,
that's the only one I liked it. To
a,
be
l-
honest,
a lot of
yeah,
people, I think, they only like Raiders or they like the other two, but they don't like Temple of Doom because it's different. You
I
know.
can't remember who. I wish I could remember who said that.
Um, I will say like of the trilogy, it's my least favorite. Uh,
Oh, okay.
but I still like it. It's still a really entertaining, fun movie. You
Hey,
know.
let's get the betray. Fuck.
Right.
Yeah, that was badass in that motherfucking movie, man.
Right.
Especially during the
Yeah.
bridge at
I
the
know.
end.
The whole bridge sequence was awesome. The fucking the cart chase on the
Yeah, I
railroad.
love
Like
that when I was a kid. Oh my god, I love that scene when I was a kid, man.
it's fantastic. You know, like I mean, how can you not like the Temple of Doom, man? It's just a fun, ridiculous movie,
It was, man. Sacrificing shit, more crazy ass priest.
right? God, the guy that got to play the crazy priest too, like, man, that guy was
Yeah,
scary. Like he was
he
really good.
was.
He was really good.
Your heart out your. I was like, damn, that's some fucking badass shit.
Yep.
He does like incantations on the meet the bull. Oh.
The heart catches on fire in his hands.
Yeah, yeah, this was a dope. Was a dope enemy, man.
That's great. Now what do we
And
get
those
for
dudes
what do
got
we
rid
get
about his
for an
own.
enemy? We get fucking Kylo Ren, who's like just the saddest emo Sith Lord ever.
Now, where's the computer console so I can tear it up? I'm mad.
Right? I gotta throw a tantrum and break some
Yes.
computers because I'm sad.
Here the stormtroopers are like, here he goes again.
Right?
Hey, at least he ain't killing us.
Right? We'd be dead by now if he was anyone else in this franchise.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to update people about this what we was doing because I did say we was going live on Saturday. And some
Yeah.
people probably wonder like where the fuck they at? Why they ain't live yet?
Right.
What happened?
Right.
So I'm updating what happened.
I'm sorry it was the for the technical issue, by the way, that was a problem. I do the best I can to work with the limited internet service I've got here. That's why I just do pre-recordings too for my own stuff.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some dedicated fans though if they watch this. This is 4 hours now.
I mean shit, my screen would be this long. Shit.
Right. I am gonna crash though, dude. I think now it's like past 3 a.m. here. I'm getting pretty tired, so unless there's something else you want to talk about, I think this is a good first episode. What do you think?
It was great.
Cool. So yeah, same time next week. Yeah, here. I'm recording.
Oh yeah. So thank you all for listening, and this was a very fun first episode.
Yeah,
and more to come.
more goodness, because there's gonna be more bullshit every week, and you all know it. So we'll
Always
be
the
talking
bullshit in
about
the
it.
news. Yeah. Yep. So this is why Chromosome sounding out with Wubs. He has a YouTube channel called My Top Fives.
Yep, my top five. Yep.
Yeah,
Um.
he does interviews other gamers, they top five games and all that. Pretty good stuff.
Yep. I add in a bunch of game footage and music remixes from the games, things like that. So if you like this kind of content, long form, deep dive discussions, check me out. That's my PC stuff. So we get a little more animated over here, but it's fun for the whole family over at my channel.
Yep, link will be in the description box. His channel. So I could check him out, subscribe, make him big on YouTube to the point where he'll leave me. Say, I'm making too much money, Tom. I gotta go.
I'm gonna take you with me, Chrome. When I get that bag, I'm gonna get us both a bag. That's how big it's gonna be. I'm gonna make you famous. I'm gonna be your Kanye.
Kanye.
I remember that song.
Oh,
What was it? Oh, I can't remember what it was called, but he said it was singing about Taylor Swift, and he said,
oh,
"Oh
he
yeah,
should
yeah."
have wore should have
You remember
went to
that? Remember that?
yeah, his stupid ass gonna fuck up her goddamn speech.
It was
He
so
said
funny though. The,
Beyonce should have got it.
right, right,
And Taylor, you
but
fucking kidding me?
oh, I know that song was so terrible. I fucking hate it. But it was so funny because after that he did a song and he said in the song, "I still think Taylor and me might have sex or something, or like we might, get together." And I made that bitch famous.
Oh no, he didn't.
You haven't heard that? Oh my god, I gotta send that shit to you. It was so funny.
He actually said that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the name of the song was famous now, actually. Yeah, that was the title. It was I love that.
We still recording?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
great.
they're
That's
gonna get
great.
this too at the end to be like, what the fuck are they talking about?
I mean, yeah, I mean, a song must. I mean, regardless how you feel about her song, that was disrespectful, man.
Oh yeah, of course.
That was really fucked up. Even if it was a Beyonce, it's still disrespectful. It's like,
I
what the
I
fuck,
mean
bro?
I don't care about Beyonce. I don't care about Taylor Swift, and it was still a disrespectful thing to do, right? Like it just I mean obviously he's a total asshole, right? But um whatever. The most celebrities are, right? So fuck it.
Yeah, yeah. Man, speaking of which, don't you? I love. I don't know why it makes me laugh, man, when I watch the paparazzi piss off celebrities. It's
Oh,
fucking
me
hilarious.
too. I love that.
Oh my
I
god,
lo-
it's fucking funny.
it fills me with joy because I'm just like this is like I love it when they're mad because it's like
Yeah.
I thought you wanted to be famous, bitches. Like why are you so mad? Like that's
No, it's like they put on this face when they're on the front of the camera. Like even when interviews, when the interviewer pisses them off, it's
right.
like one for example was Paris Hilton.
Yeah.
This dude gonna fucking ask her, "Do you think your time has passed?" She looks she looks back at him like, "Are you fucking serious?" Then she just gets up and leaves. I was fucking dying. I was, Do you think your time has passed? Oh, the way he said it with a straight face, like it was just a regular question.
right.
How did he think? How did he think that she wasn't gonna get pissed off at that?
No, he knew she was. He didn't care.
Do you think your moment? Like you said, something about your moment has passed or some
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
I was
sure.
like,
Which
damn.
obviously it has, because who's heard about Paris Hilton for the last, what, 15 years? I haven't heard anything about her. The last
She
thing I
tried
heard about
to
Paris
go
Hilton
nowhere.
was the South Park episode that was forever ago, when her dog killed itself because it couldn't stand her like voice. It was hilarious.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Do you think your moment has passed?
It's something every like, you know, media
And another
person
one,
should be asked,
and another one was regarding Kanye West, because we got to talk about how he's been an asshole in the award show.
right?
This was like fucking 4 in the morning. These motherfuckers, they was waiting for him to come back home. It was 4 in the goddamn morning, right? Kanye
Wow.
West is like, what the fuck? It's 4 in the morning. What the fuck y'all doing? They're like, oh, they ask me all these fucking questions and shit. I was like, damn.
Wow.
Kanye was getting fucking mad, the motherfucker boy. He's like, it's fucking. He's like, of course I've been fucking pissed.
Right? That's crazy.
When he said it was 4 in the morning, that's when I fucking broke for sure. When he said that, I was like,
Wow.
damn, is that late? Is that early in the morning?
That's crazy.
I mean, this was just. I mean, I can see anybody would get mad at this. Like, if Katy Perry was trying to drive out of the walk of the driveway, and they was literally blocking a vehicle.
Hmm.
I was like, yeah, get the fuck out the way. It's like that's understandable anger right there. Like, what the fuck y'all doing?
Sure. No, I get that. I just think it's funny when like they're getting hounded for, pictures and stuff like that because they went out in public, and it's like, what did you think was gonna happen? I mean, you all have more money than everybody else. Just hire somebody to get your stuff and stay in your little mansions. Like what's the big deal? Why do you want to pretend you're a regular person? You're not anymore.
No, you're not
You gave that
celebrity
life
like.
up. It wasn't what you wanted apparently.
I remember Jim Carrey was saying like he goes, how kids. I'm like, oh, I wish I was rich and famous. He pretty much says, no, you don't.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, I
He said,
love
no.
that.
Yeah, he said. You remember him saying something like that? He said, no, you don't. You don't
Yeah.
want this life.
Yeah. No, I believe him too. I don't think
Yeah,
I don't think he's faking
take it,
that.
take it from somebody who's already there. You know what I'm saying? Come
Yeah.
on.
Well, and that's what he said. He said he wished that everybody could realize their wildest dreams of fame and fortune and
Right,
all that
right,
stuff. He wished everybody could experience it just so they could find out that it wasn't going to fix their problems. You know,
right,
like,
right. He's absolutely right.
um, and I thought that was really cool of him to be that frank and real about it, because I've long suspected that myself, and it just further confirmed
Mhm.
it. You know, seeking fame and fortune isn't going to make your life somehow better than everybody else's. It's just different. That's all.
But when you get YouTube famous, you don't get involved with nobody personally. You got to deal with trolls and shit, and
Yeah.
I mean, goddamn.
I mean, look at us. I'm worried about like how famous we're gonna be. Like in the comments and stuff. Like I'm. It's like, I don't know, Chrome. I don't know if I'm ready for this level of just
Um,
infamy.
I've been ready for it since I started this shit, man. I say I do want to get fucking YouTube famous.
Yeah.
I
I don't mind
mean,
YouTube famous,
I
right?
want
Like, I don't want to be like Brad Pitt famous, where you can't even like go to a city without
no,
getting
not like
assaulted.
that. Not
Like,
like that.
that's what I mean. Like, I don't want to be at that level ever. You know, I want to be able to
Yeah, I mean,
like
I
do
want to.
stuff and like just be able to be a person.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's
Mm.
like they have to be. It's almost like they become special needs. Like they need all these people around them all the time. Like to protect them from the masses and the world. You know, like I mean, there's special needs people that live more normal lives than these celebrities.
I was watching a reality show, interview from Britney Spears.
Yeah.
Man, she was talking. She was saying like she'd give anything just to walk outside with nobody taking pictures of her, asking her questions.
Mm-hmm.
Just to go to the park and come
Right.
back home fresh. That's what she said.
I believe her. You know.
And then she started tearing up and everything. I was like, wow. So y'all usually need to watch this shit.
Yeah. Anybody who glorifies fame or thinks that that's going to be like the solution for their problems, like needs to see that, right?
Mm-hmm. They got that false assumption that money brings happiness. No, something this shit brings more pain and
Yeah.
woe in your life.
Yeah. No, it definitely like I mean,
Has the
Jay-Z,
potential.
right? Or no, Biggie, more money, more problems, right?
Yeah. And
Um,
then it's only rich people say money don't bring happiness. They should fucking know.
yeah, they
Oh, they're
should.
rich.
Yeah.
It's
Eh,
like why would you, what wisdom did you have not to believe them?
right?
They have money. That you think they would know if it bring happiness or not? They're the ones that saying you damn right. They should fucking know.
Yeah. And why lie about it? Do you think they're afraid of you becoming rich? What? Why would they care if you
Right. That's
become
my other
rich?
question.
You
Yeah,
know?
why are they lying about it?
I mean, I'll give you that. You know, it's good to have enough money to function
Oh
in
yeah,
society.
definitely,
You know,
definitely.
but like these people who are so obsessed, oh, got to make six figures, got to do this, got to do that,
Yeah,
blah blah blah.
yeah.
I was like, with the people that say that, I'm just like, are y'all just really bad at math? Like, you don't need to make six figures. You
You
know,
don't.
live in America. Not if you're not a moron. Like, I mean, you know, like just don't spend more money than you have. It's not
All
that
they're gonna get
hard.
is like 9 PS5s and shit, so they could show it off.
I know,
Like,
right? They're always the people with like the fake Louis Vuitton or the shitty designer whatever, you know, and like they're just and then they wonder why they have no money, and it's like because you spend it on dumb shit. That's why you have no money. Like,
I was talking, talking to my mom about that some time before, and how I said the problem, the reason why these motherfuckers always talking about I'm broke is because they don't have no money management skills.
yeah,
That's why.
right.
I know what I'm talking about because ever since I developed my own management of money, I stopped being broke
Mm-hmm.
within 2 weeks in a month.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's how I know what I'm talking about.
And
So,
you did it.
yeah,
It wasn't that hard, right?
right.
Like,
Wasn't that hard?
but people want to just, you know, they're so afraid to just look at their spending habits and just change them a little bit. Like they're so afraid to do that. It's like, no, I just have to make way more money so that I don't have to manage my own desires at all, you know? Like I think that's what it is. Like they're just so afraid to just deny themselves instant gratification, you know? And not realizing that by doing that you actually develop character, you know? That actually you actually learn what you actually value in life when you do that. You know, it's you can learn a lot about yourself through that. That's a useful thing to go through in life.
Hmm.
Man, we got so much wisdom in this show. This isn't just a rant. This is a
No, it's not.
this you can learn some shit if you listen to me and Chrome here.
And laugh at the
Yeah,
same time.
and laugh at the same time, right? We got laughs to go. Go with it.
Yeah, did I tell you my longest stream was like 11 hours long?
Holy shit. Damn.
Yeah,
How'd
I
you do
think I'm
that?
saying it was a puzzle game, and people coming in
Yeah.
on their input, figure out the puzzle. Before I know, it was like, damn, almost 11 hours.
Wow. That's awesome.
I kept failing at it, and I tried to figure it out. How heads coming together helped me to figure out the puzzle and shit. It
That's
was
cool.
fun.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. I like puzzle games too.
Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna be near 11 hours. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's a lot for sure.
'Cause that I sent you when I was singing, that was from that very stream.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah. Hey, what you think about it though? I want to get your input on
I thought it was awesome. I think you should do more.
it.
You should sing actually
But
on
I
our
rarely.
show. You should sing on our show every week, right? That you should sing us off.
Okay, I got a song that I was singing on. I don't think that was this song that I shared with you, but it was in the same stream.
Yeah.
I was like, I was like, I just want to fuck you.
See, that's perfect. You know. Or you could do the Bloodhound Gang, right? You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's
Mama,
do it
you
like we
can
do
do
on
like
the
we do on
Discovery
the
Channel.
channel.
What's that?
I was just singing the song. Do it like they do on the Discovery Channel.
It's a
You should
classic.
walk up to a random girl. You should walk up to a random girl and sing that shit.
Oh, how do you
Just
think
see
I
what
get laid?
happens. I should call myself like a smack. Get your fat ass away from me. You ain't a. My buddy does. Oh, that's right. He's not fat.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you're a dude. You can't be fat, right? So that's how that works. There's no such thing as a fat dude. Like,
I'm gonna
oh,
give you
I'm gonna
some.
get
I'm
it
gonna give
for
you
that one, aren't I, Crow?
when we keep talking, we could talk literally all fucking night, man.
Right?
It's like 'cause I was just about to get started on fat acceptance, man. I don't want to go there.
Oh my God, that's like an episode. That's like 10 episodes by itself.
God, no, they just pissed me off, man. These
I know,
fuckers.
right? Me too. I just watched the South Park about that. They did Ozempic, the fat loss drug thing. Cartman started
Oh,
taking it. Yeah, and it was hilarious. But that was the thing. Like you were either rich and you get the drug, or the doctor prescribes you a lifetime supply of Lizzo, which is just listening to Lizzo talk about fat acceptance, and you start bleeding out your ears.
that bitch. Oh God, fucking Lizzo, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she was an awful human being.
Mm-hmm. People don't understand how fucking evil a person has to be to promote that sort of lifestyle that just leads to pain and suffering and death. Like that's a special level of evil. Now, maybe unintentional. I don't know her story, but it's still evil.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that one was something. That's something else, man. I was like, holy shit.
I like to think it's just ignorance, but I don't know. There's obviously a bigger agenda at play because so many people who know better just piled onto it, you know. But yeah, you're right, dude. I gotta shut this stream down. We talk all night here. This is another 20 minutes. Anything you want to say before I shut this down?
That's pretty much it.
All right, cool.
Uh,
Thanks to everyone again for listening. If you made it this long, you are the real ones. Give yourself a pat on the back and a cookie, you know, and we'll get you merch in the future when we blow up.
Like boom.
right? It'll be a volcano going off on a mug. That's what it'll be. Blue, and it'll be like Wubs and Chrome, like little stick figures flying out of the volcano. That's our merch. There. Slam dunk, right? First try. All right. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Talk to you next week.
Okie doke.